Ladies and gentlemen, you're watching, yes, the Yankees Entertainment and Sports Network.
The Subway is back in town as the Yankees take on the Mets. Doesn't get much better than that, and let's do it here at Citi Field. That ball is gone! Oh, what a play by Gregorius.
Cespedes on the run to make the catch.
See ya! A home run!
Struck him out.
He got him! Yankees Mets next on Yes. Yes, the Subway Series starts again. The 20th year of the Subway Series today has a different feel, though. Trades are in the air. Yankees got younger. Not that young, but they did get younger. We'll talk about it because now it is time for baseball. As the Yes Network presents New York Yankees baseball tonight. It's the New York Yankees against the New York Mets in the first game of 4 games between these two teams. The first two from Citi Field here in Queens. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Yankees Baseball, along with Ken Singleton and David Cohn. I'm Michael Kay. Well, the Yankees trade frenzy has ended. The trade deadline was 4 o'clock, and they got a lot done. Ivan Nova was traded to the Pirates, but the big deal for the Yankees today was Carlos Beltran. He goes to the Texas Rangers, and they get Dylan Tate, the 4th player taken in last year's draft. In the first round, the first pitcher, and Eric Swanson and Nick Green. Tell you what, David, the Yankees made a lot of deals. They traded a lot of important players, and you can see what they're thinking as they're doing this.
Yeah, I guess that's the reason they call it stockpiling, because the more prospects you get, the higher probability that 1 or 2 or maybe even 3 of those guys hit. But you can kind of see a pathway forward, a future potential outfield. Dylan Tate that they got in the Beltran trade, maybe a middle of the rotation, mid-90s type arm. So, yeah, a power arm and some speed and some power in the outfield. You can kind of see a pathway forward.
Now, with all the trades the Yankees made, Kenny, the bottom line is they went from a middle-of-the-road farm system now to the top of all of Major League Baseball, first or second.
First or second, the Yankees made some great deals. Brian Cashman, the scouts say he got a haul of very good players. You can see the Yankees farm system, how they've improved, as Michael said, along with players that they already had, like Gary Sanchez and Aaron Judge and James Caprillion, and of course, right on top, Jorge Mateo, right at the top, the very good shortstop.
Well, we are going to hear from Carlos Beltran. It was tough for him to go. He really liked it here, so we'll hear from him coming up in just a moment. But it is the first game of the Subway Series. CC Sabathia will get the start against Logan Barrett for the Mets. First of 4, we'll hear from Beltran next when we return on Yes.
It's Yankees baseball on Yes. I'm Meredith Morakovitz. With the 4 p.m. deadline today, you had a feeling that Brian Cashman might not be done making deals. He made a couple more earlier. One big one, Carlos Beltran, the most consistent hitter offensively for the Yankees, is heading to the Rangers. I had the opportunity to catch up with him one last time as he exited the Yankees clubhouse.
As a player, you know, when you get to this point in your career where it's your last year on contract, you know that this kind of moment could happen. It shocked you a little bit because the friendships that you develop throughout the years in this organization. I have so many friends in this clubhouse, and the fact that I'm not going to be able to see them, and I got to move forward, and they got to continue with the life. I got to continue with mine and try to help my new team win ball games. It's hard, but at the end of the day, it's part of the business of baseball. That's something that I really I learned how to understand these type of moments.
And Brian Cashman did a really nice job with all of these deals. The Yankees now have one of the best farm systems in all of Major League Baseball. Plenty more to come here on the Yes Network. When we get back, Verrett gets the ball, Kay with the call. He'll be joined by Ken Singleton and David Cone after the break.
Is brought to you in part by the Honda Summer Clearance Event. By the New York Lottery, take a break from the expected. Play scratch-off games from the New York Lottery. And by Heineken, open your world. Well, certainly a seismic day for the Yankees, for their franchise this year, and for coming years as well. And the architect of these moves has been Brian Cashman, who spoke with the media moments ago, and he was asked what spurred him on to finally make these deals.
This team started to play better, starting to impact that win column better and more, but then it reared, this inconsistency of our club reared its ugly head again when we went into Tampa Bay and lost all 3 games. I mean, a team, a true playoff contender, not a playoff pretender, wouldn't do that.
Very, very strong words by Brian Cashman. So he called the team a pretender. And Kenny, I just got the sense that 3rd game in Houston was the big game. Because that was the game that they had to sweep them out and get closer to Houston and stay above teams that were also battling for the wild card.
Well, maybe the team sensed it too, because they went into Tampa Bay and lost all 3 to the last place Rays. And I think that too was a tipping point for Brian Cashman to make these deals. I think when he talks about inconsistency, primarily he's talking about the offense, which hasn't really produced like it did last year. Several players not having the years they had last year, and also the pitching staff. The pitchers got hot there for a while, till that second game in Houston, and then they went in the other direction.
Well, now the Yankee offense is going to have to do without Carlos Beltran, arguably the best hitter of the year for the Yankees. Let's take a look at the Yankees starting lineup against Logan Verrett. It's presented by Lexus. Yankees coming at 52 and 52, and they lead off their left fielder Brett Gardner, Jacoby Ellsbury in center bat second, batting third, playing first base Mark Teixeira. Brian McCann will catch, he'll clean up. Batting fifth, the shortstop Didi Gregorius. He continues to move up in the lineup. Starlin Castro, the second baseman, bats sixth. Batting seventh, playing third base, Chase Headley. Rob Refsnyder gets a start in right field. He's going to bat eighth, and with no DH in the National League Park, the pitcher CC Sabathia will bat ninth.
The pitcher for the Mets tonight, 26-year-old Logan Verrett. He gets to start in the opening game of this, what will be a 4-game series, 2 here at Citi Field, then 2 more at Yankee Stadium. Those are his numbers on the season. He's the Mets' 5th starter. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report, brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. Former Baylor Bear. He pitched for Baylor University, and this is his first ever Subway Series ride, his first ever start against the New York Yankees, and he's pitched much better here at Citi Field than he has on the road, a 3.29 ERA here in Queens.
And he is essentially taking the position of Matt Harvey, who underwent thoracic outlet syndrome surgery to remove a rib. So he is filling in for Matt Harvey for the remainder of the year, unless the Mets plug in the newly acquired Jonathan Neese, who they got back from the Pirates for Antonio Bastardo. The Mets also made a big trade for Jay Bruce, and we'll talk about that as we move along. That was a trade with the Cincinnati Reds as they try to jumpstart an offense that has just been dreadful and dragging down a team that's built on pitching. So a lot of stuff going on for both teams. A lot of trades made throughout Major League Baseball. A lot of teams certainly improved themselves. Brett Gardner is ready. Logan Verrett is ready. And let's do it here at Citi Field. First pitch is a strike. We're underway.
Well, you notice the Verrett is the type of pitcher, fastball, curve, slider, change. Slider's probably his best pitch. You know, I wouldn't say that any one of those pitchers are really plus. It's not like he's throwing 95, 96 miles an hour.
High fly ball, right center, going back is Ruggiano, still back, on the track. It's going to be over his head and up against the base of the wall. Gardner is heading to third. They're waving him home. Here's the throw. Here's the play at the plate. He's out. Gardner and Espada got a little bit greedy and tried for the inside the park home run, and now there's just one away.
Well, the reason why they went for the inside the park home run, this ball is going to bound away from Ruggiano, but Curtis Granderson backed him up, and the relay was just about perfect. And the throw just in time to get Gardner. Gardner out of the box. Here's where he turns it on. The ball gets away. Maybe if he'd run a little harder out of the box, he would have made it. But still, you're right, Michael. When you say greedy, remember there's nobody out.
Yep.
A runner on third and nobody out is a pretty good thing to have when you're leading off a ball game.
What an exciting play, though. I mean, to open up the 20th Subway Series, and very nice block of home plate by d'Arnaud.
And that one's fouled off by Ellsbury.
Now, I don't think Ruggiano touched that ball. I think it just hit off the wall and carried it away. So it's Granderson who will get the assist from the outfield.
Now, I do wonder, in looking at that replay, if Gardner thought that was out, because he was not running hard out of the box at first. I'm not sure if that would have made much of a difference, but if you take a look at the replay, he's watching rather than running really hard.
Yeah, he knows he hit it well, Michael. And he thinks it might. Now, right here, he sees it didn't go out. And obviously, he's going to have an easy triple. Should have stayed at third.
And it scored 9-4-2. Good relay by Neil Walker. That one is lined into the seats, foul.
Yeah, the Mets had executed defensively very well. Starting with the Granderson's backing up. And you can see not much of a chance for Gardner to score as he is tagged out for out number one.
And the reason that d'Arnaud is able to block the plate there, he had the ball. Once you have the ball, you can block the plate. He blocked it beautifully. Didn't allow any lane for Brett Gardner.
Well, the first part, just get it in there, and this is a great throw. Right on the money. And Michael, you're right. Darno did have the ball. Kenny, you're right. Should have stayed third.
Grounded to first. Loney, 2 away. Let's check out the defense for the Mets, presented by Geico. You've got De Aza in left, Arrugiano in center, Granderson is over and right. In the infield, it's Flores, Reynolds, Walker, and Loney third to first. Darno behind the plate, and Logan Verrett is on the mound. Here's Mark Teixeira. Home plate umpires Mark Carlson, Brian Gorman at first, Nick Lentz at second, and Quinn Walcott is over at third.
Well, maybe it's not a spot of making them make the plays, and the Mets did. They executed.
The one thing that you have to factor into that, I don't see the wisdom of it when it's the leadoff guy. He's at third base, and you've got your 2, 3, 4 hitters.
Yeah.
Unless you're sure he's going to make it, you don't wave him home.
The only reason you send him, he makes it standing
Yeah.
up. Yeah.
I can see if it's the 8th batter and CeCe's coming up next, and you gamble that they have to make all the throws the right way. But I mean, you've got Ellsbury coming up. You expect to be able to get a fly ball.
This is a changeup for a strike. Might have been a little low, a little fade on it at the end. This is the type that David used to get.
Yeah, that's a strike on Jose Altuve, maybe. Not Mark Teixeira.
Yeah.
Last time a player had a leadoff triple with an out at home going for the inside the Parker, Hanley Ramirez of the Marlins at the Astros on April 16th of 2007. None on record for the Yankees. Grounded to first. Loney's there. Steps on the bag, and that will do it. No runs to hit, no errors, and nobody left on base. What a start to the 20th edition of the Subway Series. A triple by Gardner, but he wanted the inside the park home run. The Mets had other ideas, and he's out, and the Yankees don't score. Top of the first, let's take a look at the Mets lineup that will face CC Sabathia. You've got Curtis Granderson in right field leading off. Batting second and playing center field, Justin Ruggiano. Neil Walker at second base will hit third. Cleaning up, third baseman Wilmer Flores. Travis d'Arnaud will catch, he'll bat fifth. Batting sixth, playing first base, James Loney. Matt Reynolds, the shortstop, bats seventh. Batting eighth, playing left field, Alejandro De Aza. And Logan Verrett will pitch, and he will bat ninth.
Veteran left-hander, 36-year-old CC Sabathia, 4-2 in his career against the New York Mets. Is making his 19th start of the year and less than a hit per inning. Let's check out the pitcher scouting report brought to you by your Tri-Honda dealers. How about the end of the drought? CC winning his start in Houston that broke a 6-start drought in which he didn't win. and 25 hits in his major league career. Remember, he has to hit tonight, and that includes 3 doubles and 3 home runs. And only one active pitcher has more wins than CC Sabathia, and he's in the other dugout. Bartolo Colon of the New York Mets, the former Yankee.
Here's Curtis Granderson to lead off against Sabathia. He swings at the first pitch and pops it up to shallow right. Castro is there. And he fights it all the way and puts it away for the first out. Let's check out the Yankees defense, which is presented by Geico. You've got Gardner in left, Ellsbury in center, and Refsnyder over at right. In the infield, it's Headley, Gregorius, Castro, and Teixeira. That's third to first. Brian McCann's behind the plate, and Karsten Charles Sabathia is on the mound.
You know what, Michael? Anytime I see a second baseman kind of drift and look a little confused on a pop-up, I immediately think of Luis Castillo.
I'm sure Yankee fans do.
Well, of course they do.
There's Ruggiano. Mets in desperate need of a center fielder. They signed Ruggiano July 30th. He played yesterday. He had been with Texas's Round Rock team and released, and the Mets picked him up. Lost that one to center field. Ellsbury's there to put it away. 2 down. Let's take a look at the game time weather presented by Bigelow Tea. 77 degrees. The humidity is 85%. Wind 6 miles per hour. And there are possible showers in the forecast here in Queens. Here's Neil Walker, who hit a home run that really falls under the heading of gigantic for the Mets. They were on the verge of getting swept by the Colorado Rockies in a 4-game series, and Walker hit a home run and gave them the win to snap a 4-game losing streak.
Yeah, he's been the Mets' hottest hitter of late. He's got a 5-game hitting streak going, but it's not your ordinary 5-game hitting streak. He is 12 for his last 19.
He started off hot, then really fell into a slump, extended slump, now picking it up again. And ironically, the player the Mets traded to get him, Jonathan Niese, was reacquired by the Mets. They sent Antonio Bastardo, who had been really a big disappointment for the Mets out of their bullpen, to Pittsburgh. Niese is going to initially work out of the bullpen as the left-hander, but obviously he's a factor if they want to move him into the rotation. Big day for the Mets as they pick up Jay Bruce, 25 homers, 80 ribbies. Got him from the Reds for Dilson Herrera, one of their top infield prospects, and left-handed pitcher Max Wotel. We talked about the Niese deal for Bastardo.
I'll tell you what, Jay Bruce has been on the trading block for the last few years from the Cincinnati Reds, and they finally got a deal done. And he's having a very good season.
It was certainly a seller's market across the board. Pitching, hitting, general managers on the seller's side, namely Brian Cashman, did very well.
And you notice in the deals that the Yankees made, Michael and David, majority of the players they acquired were pitchers. And pitchers in this day and age are like the gold standard. You can turn them around and get just about any type of position player you want. That's how valuable pitchers are.
Swing and a miss, pulled the string. Walker down on strikes. We just mentioned Brian Cashman. He will join us in the booth shortly. We played 1-0. For the greater coverage of baseball brought to you by T-Mobile, this trade deadline did not disappoint. So many things happened. And we will get to all of these as Brian McCann steps in. You can see him. Now we'll come back to it in a moment. And there's a strike to McCann. So a lot of movement. Jonathan Lucroy traded from Milwaukee to Texas. Texas had a big day. Matt Moore traded from Tampa Bay to San Francisco for Matt Duffy. Francisco Liriano traded from the Pirates to Toronto. These aren't even all the deals. Rich Hill traded from Oakland to the Dodgers, and Josh Reddick also traded from Oakland to the Dodgers. Pittsburgh changing things up. They got Ivan Nova from the Yankees for 2 players to be named later. And Nova, as you heard Meredith Maragovitz before the game, kind of shaken up. This is all he's known. He signed with the Yankees as a 16-year-old. I think Carlos Beltran kind of expected. He's been around a while. He's been traded before. So he gets traded to Texas.
Yeah, I will say the first time you're traded, it's the toughest.
McCann pops one up. Left side of the infield. And Reynolds makes the play, 1 away.
I think in time, Michael, Ivan Nova will figure that he was done a favor because he gets a chance to go to Pittsburgh, a new scenery, work with a great pitching coach over there in Ray Searage, and maybe reestablish his value because I doubt he would have stayed in the rotation here with starters in waiting like Severino and Green and even Luis Cessa down in AAA.
Yeah. Team's looking to get younger.
And also Nova was going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Yankees were not going to give him the tender, and in all likelihood they were not re-signing him, so it gives him an opportunity now with Pittsburgh. You know, it's strange when you look at all the Yankee deals. Theoretically, yeah, they restocked their farm system, but 3 of the 4 people that you traded, you could re-sign if you wanted to. So you got the return, and you could get the player back if you'd like. Chapman a free agent, Beltran a free agent, Nova a free agent at the end of the year.
And of all the deals, when Miller was traded, that kind of told me that everybody was on the table. That you know, Brian Cashman was willing to deal anybody, just if he could get the players in return that he wanted. That nobody on the Yankee roster could not be had.
I think when you look at the Andrew Miller trade, the headliner coming back, Clint Frazier, is pretty close to being ready in the big leagues. He's not an A-ball player. You see a lot of these prospects in these trades. They're a couple of notches away from the big leagues. Not Clint Frazier. He's in AAA. He's had good numbers in double and AAA, and he's not far away.
Yeah, the scouts love him too. They like his makeup.
You know, we mentioned this in the open. What all these deals do for the Yankees. Keith Law, who keeps track of this for ESPN, really locked into the minor leagues before the Beltran deal was made, where they get the 4th pick of the 1st round from last year. Law said that the 3 trades, or the 2 trades that the Yankees had made, had catapulted them to 2nd or 3rd best farm system in baseball. That's before the Beltran deal, which netted them a very good player and 2 pitchers that are also fairly highly regarded. So the Yankees obviously did what they wanted to do, and Meredith Marakovitz has more on the Beltran deal.
Well, Michael, it's funny, Kenny, you just talked about the fact that when they traded Miller, you thought it was kind of a foregone conclusion that some of these other guys would be dealt as well, but Brian Cashman said earlier today that he did not get the green light from Hal Steinbrenner until about 2:30 this afternoon to, in fact, trade Beltran. And it wasn't just about the big return that they were getting back. It was also about the fact that they had guys in the minors that they felt could play at this level now. They were kind of blocked due to the situation on this current roster. And now it's about giving them an opportunity and seeing what they have up here at the big league level. Some of the guys that were mentioned are, of course, Ben Gamel, Aaron Judge, who's expected to be activated tomorrow, as well as others in the minors that they feel as though can contribute.
Well, the Yankee farm system will be put to the test, and it'll be important that they do click with these players. There's a ground ball to second. there's 2 away. And one other thing about building up your farm system, that allows you to make the trade that the Yankees just made, but from the other side. So if there are veterans that you like out there, or people that you think would be pieces to a team that you don't have in your system, you can make that trade now because you've got the pieces, you've got the collateral. Here's Starlin Castro.
Here's an example of what you were talking about before. Starlin Castro traded for Adam Warren. Adam Warren's back, working out of the Yankee bullpen again.
We're in the second, no score, Yankees and the Mets. Brian Cashman in our booth, and he will join us in the bottom of the inning. So we'll hear from Brian, the inside on these deals, and if anything was close that didn't happen, because there are a lot of other rumors as well. (3-0) on Castro. There's a strike. And that misses just outside, so Castro works the walk. Yankees have a runner on first with 2 outs.
Headley's had the best road trip as he steps in for the Yankees here at Citi Field. 8 for 18. He led the Yankees in home runs in July with 5. He's got his average up to a respectable 260 and climbing.
And he bunts third base side, which was open with the shift, but he bunts foul.
I think you're going to see more and more hitters take advantage of this situation. I don't like it as much with 2 outs in an inning, because I'm thinking if I get into one, we might have 2 runs.
Yeah, that's a great point, Kenny.
Yeah.
I mean, picking your spots is key with beating the shift, I think. And 2 outs is questionable.
Yeah. Especially the way he's been swinging the bat lately.
Runner goes, pitches high, throw to second, stolen base for Castro. Well, the Yankees will try to run on D'Arnaud, and they get their first chance here.
3rd stolen base of the year for Starlin Castro. You can see the throw is high, and yeah, he did maintain contact with the bag. And all infielders nowadays are taught to hold the glove on the runner. If in case they pop off the bag, they with replay and everything, they can be called out.
Big jump by Castro. Stole it off of the pitcher.
Grounded right into the teeth of the shift. Walker's there, and that will do it. No runs, no hits, no errors, 1 man left. No scores. We go to the bottom of the second. Brian Cashman joins us next. between the Yankees and the Mets, and we are joined in the booth by a man who has not had much sleep of late, the general manager of the New York Yankees, Brian Cashman. Brian, have you slept at all?
A little bit, but not as much as health requires.
All right, so you made a lot of deals which have really catapulted, according to all the experts, the Yankees to the top farm system in terms of the players you have. But I'll start with this question. Of the deals you made, what was the most difficult one for you to make?
Miller.
Yeah?
No
How
question.
come?
Well, he's under control. Obviously, a lot of these guys are high-end performers, but he was an under control, valuable piece. It was going to take a very valuable, demand to get us to even consider it. And so we were put in a position to make that difficult decision, and I think it was in our best interest to do so.
Now, this is testament that not only do you have to know your own organization, you have to know all the other organizations as well. These are your scouts fanned out all over baseball looking at these youngsters?
Yeah, we've targeted a number of organizations. We knew that the Cubs and the Nationals and Texas especially and Boston, for instance, although we weren't going to probably do business with Boston regardless, but we certainly targeted we cover everything, but we cross-checked the heck out of 4 to 5 organizations that we knew, including the Dodgers, that were strong systematically.
Flores hits one into the seats in left field. A solo shot, and the Mets have a 1-0 lead. So Flores with the home run against Sabathia, and the Yankees are down 1-0. Let's get back to the trades and the prospect list now, according to the Baseball America. Do you agree that you guys now have one of the best farm systems in baseball?
Yes, there's no question that we already had, by our estimations, one of the best or better farm systems in the game. I would say we were without a doubt between the 10th and 15th going into this season, best system in the game. And I would say that we certainly have one of the best, and people can make arguments that we might have the best, but we're in the top 5 clearly, if not 1, 2, or 3.
All right, of all the youngsters that you acquired, Brian, which one would you say is closest to the big leagues?
No, I'd say it could be Gary Sanchez, because he might be here as early as Wednesday.
Okay.
So, we're playing. If you got to remember, right now we have Ben Gamel and Nick Goody. They got over here, or they're getting over here for tonight's game with the moves of Nova and Beltran today. So, because we're in the National League ballpark, our decision making on who gets over here is going to be different than once we get back into our ballpark and playing back on American League rules. So you could see, some guys over the coming month, like a Sanchez or a Judge, who's returning to play tomorrow in Scranton, to get back on, on the ground and hit the ground, with his feet running and, get that rust knocked off. And then, we got Tyler Austin just nailing it down there. So, you're going to see a lot of these guys, or some of these guys, maybe in the coming weeks.
Now, as hot as Judge was back in June, I believe he was an International League Player of the Month in June. Was he any closer to being called up then, prior to getting hurt?
I would say no, because we weren't going to take at bats away from Beltran at the time. But now, with Beltran, that's one of the things in discussions with ownership, about some of the things, I think, more so than the haul we were going to get back. I think from, to speak a little bit for Halsteimer's perspective, the creating the direct path for some of these guys that right now, would be in the big leagues with other clubs, now have a direct path to get here to start their growing pains at the next level. I think that had, as much interest to him as the haul we were getting back to.
Now, Brian, you just mentioned on air that we could see Gary Sanchez as soon as Wednesday, and I'm doing some roster permutations in my head as you're talking. And as long as McCann is here, that makes Sanchez a DH. Where does that leave Alex?
Well, again, Alex right now is just a choice for a manager. He hasn't been getting much play, obviously, and unfortunately, the fact of the matter is that's, again, you earn the right, and you can lose the right to get opportunities. And so, clearly Gary can be a catcher, and he can DH as well. And so if it's going to be Gary's name, but I do think you're going to start seeing us do some things like that. Aaron Judge has a chance. Obviously, he can play right field. And so there's some opportunities that are going to start to develop over the next few weeks that we hope to be able to mix and match and see what we see.
Did you have any deals that you almost made? I know you're not going to tell me what they were, but were there almost deals?
I mean, I think we did everything we possibly could do, so I'm not sure how much almost would be left.
Well, you heard rumors about the Braves wanted Brian McCann. Was that ever in play?
Oh, I see. I wouldn't be able to comment on that. I'm sorry.
I knew that.
I'm tired. I'm tired, so I at first wasn't sure what you were talking about, and I got you.
In terms of the guys you got, I know that Sanchez is the closest to coming up, but in terms of the guys you got, who's closest to Major League ready? You keep hearing scouts say Clint Frazier is really solid.
Well, Clint Frazier just got baptized at AAA, so I think he was about 16 or so at bats into his AAA debut, and he earned his way there, and so I think he's going to benefit a great deal from the remaining exposure at AAA this year, and that'll be very beneficial and helpful for him. I think he's a guy that more likely or not, could start to find himself in the mix with continued positive play and proving himself in 2017. Maybe he could be in the mix as early as then, but he's a very exciting talent. There's no doubt about that. One of the premier young prospects in the game, and now we're happy to have him in our fold.
You did not come into the season wanting to do this, planning to do this. What went wrong with this team, Brian, that caused you to do this?
The biggest area that crushed our season, and it's not a blame game, but just an honest assessment, is the middle of our lineup. When Alex went into this, he hasn't really hit now since August of last year, but Alex is one of the best productive DHs in the game last year, and so to lose two of our three guys in the middle of the lineup with Texas injuries, despite him playing through them and fighting them. But I think when you lose your 3-4 the way we have in the production that we're expecting, the 60 home runs and 200 RBIs that you could count on as long as they're healthy, I think that was a devastating blow to this offense. I mean, I think we can pitch well enough, and but those two were a big key, and we've had underperformance elsewhere. It's not just them. It's on me, because I'm responsible for it all. But I think in terms of what was a real problem for us that we never and hasn't been able to solve yet was right there in the middle of the lineup.
How tough was it for you, Brian? You do the legwork, you get the players, you propose a trade. How difficult was it for you to convince the Steinbrenner family to say, okay, we'll let you trade these players?
Well, these are not easy decisions for anybody. I think our ownership showed tremendous leadership in making very difficult calls to take what has been a very inconsistent, bad situation that's played out for the first 4 months here, and try to take something good, make something good in a bad situation. And I think our effort, the Yankees' effort, is always is about championships and making a championship run. And I think the decision making from above, allowing me to do what I recommended strongly, is going to get us closer to that than obviously what the current present situation is playing out to be. So, but they're not easy decisions. We have a lot of exciting stuff that's developed coming, and now we have more stuff in the fold. So hopefully we can close the gap on our efforts. We felt we had a playoff contending team this year. Even though I was talking to Carlos Beltran earlier today, Carlos told me, because I said, hey Carlos, listen, I'm sorry that I didn't do a good enough job to surround you. You weren't part of the problem. You were really keeping us afloat. And he said, hey, Cash, he said, you guys did everything. He said, I thought we had a better team this year than last year with Castro and Hicks and Chapman added. He said in his heart he was so excited by this year's team, but we've been so inconsistent. He just kept repeating that word, and that's the case. We've been so inconsistent. It's been frustrating. It just hasn't played out like anybody from our clubhouse all the way to the front office side has expected. So, so it's forced us to make some very difficult decisions, but I think we, in the long run, will benefit from those decisions.
Well, several of the players who can become free agents said they would think about coming back.
Well, I can tell you this: that's a heck of a statement that I think reflects well on the Yankee organization. The fact that we have veterans that want to come back here, they loved it here, they didn't want to go. Some walking out crying. That says a lot to the ownership side and what they do for our players here.
Brian, I know it's been a crazy couple of days. Thank you for coming by.
Thanks,
appreciate it.
Thank you very much.
Get some rest. That's Brian Cashman. Mets get a run on the home run. We go to the third, 1-0 Mets. Series 2 here in Queens, 2 in the Bronx on Wednesday and Thursday. The Wilmer Flores home run has given the Mets a 1-0 lead. We go to the third, and Rob Refsnyder will lead off against Logan Verrett. And there's a strike.
One thing you can never say about Brian Cashman is that he's not forthright. I mean, he is very candid in all of his interviews, very candid in the last half inning.
Look out.
So Refsnyder takes first, and that will allow Sabathia to bunt while he's up there.
Take a look at this pitch. Looked like a two-seamer running in. Oh, just caught him on the back elbow or just above it on the forearm, and Refsnyder took it like it was a mosquito bite. Heads on down to first base.
So here's CC. Kenny mentioned a decent hitter for a pitcher, 219 lifetime average, 3 homers and 15 ribbies. Bunted back to Verrett. Fires the second one. On to first, it's a double play. Now he bunted it too hard, so it turned into a 1-6-3 double play.
Well, in Houston the other day, CC was taking some batting practice, but mostly he was bunting. And in Houston, of course, they're not throwing as hard as they are in the regular game. They're throwing batting practice, and he was getting the bunt downs pretty well. But this one's harder. He gets it on the barrel of the bat. If he had swung the bat and hit it that hard, it'd be 2-1 Yankees.
You know, pitchers need to know, and I know CC is an American League pitcher, but anytime you see crashing that hard from the third baseman and from the first baseman, you've got to pull the bat back and swing it and do sort of a half swing, or what we used to call the butcher boy. So it looked like Sabathia was trying to push it by the pitcher towards the second baseman, but nonetheless, you can't allow the defense to crash you that hard.
And that, by the way, was Walker on the catch at first, so it's a 1-6-4 double play. 1-6-4 if you're keeping score at home. Here's Brett Gardner. Hit the ball over the head of Ruggiano to start the game. Got himself a triple, but tried for the inside the park home run and was gunned down. 9-4-2. One and two.
Checking Verrett's fastball. It sits around 92. Occasionally he's hit 93. Got to rely on a little bit of movement. Keep the ball off the fat of the bat.
Well, the fact that Verrett is starting here tells you the state of the Mets rotation, obviously with Matt Harvey and his injury, and Zach Wheeler's on his way back, but had a little bit of a setback. I think they expected him back by now. But the depth of the Mets rotation really been tested this year.
And down goes Gardner, swinging. No runs, no hits, no errors, and nobody left. We go to the bottom of the third. 1-0 Mets. is the official hybrid vehicle of the Yankees. Which Major League team do you think was the biggest winner of this year's non-waiver trading deadline and why? Jay Doza 21 said Texas made a huge splash acquiring Lucroy and Beltran. They win the trade deadline for sure. Follow Yes Network and tweet us your responses using hashtag Yankees RAV4 Hybrid to keep the conversation going.
Yeah, with Prince Fielder out for the year with the second neck surgery, Carlos Beltran is certainly a worthy fill-in, having a much better year than Prince Fielder was.
Now 1-1 on Granderson. Granderson swung at the first pitch in the bottom of the first, popped it up to second. It has got to be a statistical anomaly to have a guy have 16 home runs and just 29 runs batted in. Granderson has really had a rough season. He's hitting about 150 with runners in scoring position. The Mets have the lowest average as a team in baseball with runners in scoring position, 206, and the Yankees have the 29th worst numbers with runners in scoring position, which I believe is at 220. So neither team has gotten the big hits this year.
The Mets, what they have, 2 hits tonight, 819 hits this year. That's the fewest in the major leagues.
And the way they score is with the home run.
Yep, that's it.
And although Jay Bruce should help them score runs, it really presents a very clunky roster for Terry Collins, because now you have left-handed batters galore, and you're going to have to move Granderson to center or Conforto to center and have one of them sit. That one over the head of Granderson as McCann retrieves. Since we're talking Mets, the Mets team scouting report brought to you by Mohegan Sun. Unlimited possibilities await you at Mohegan Sun. Plan your trip at MoheganSun.com.
Well, the pitchers have done well for the Mets this year. They've allowed 91 home runs. It's the fewest in the major leagues. They've kept the ball in the ballpark, and 265 walks. It's the second fewest in the big leagues. The team that has the fewest, the New York Yankees. And as Michael said, they rely on the long ball to score their runs. Manager Terry Collins, who took the Mets to the World Series last year, they're going to have to get going if they're going to get back this year.
Ruggiano shows bunt, takes it inside. 1-0. Ruggiano hit a fly ball to center in the first inning.
Seen Ruggiano with several teams. Remember him with the Tampa Bay Rays for a while. It's always been like the 4th or 5th outfielder on a team.
Yeah, he's always hit left-handers fairly well, and you can see why he's in there with Sabathia.
Strangely, Ruggiano actually made the opening day roster of the Texas Rangers. Played the first game, was 1 for 4, and then they optioned him down to AAA Round Rock, where he was until they released him and the Mets picked him up.
You know, I think back in those days, they weren't sure if Ian Desmond was going to be able to take the left field. Well, not only did Desmond take the left field, he eventually moved to center field.
Rounded to third. Let's see if they turn 2. There's one. On to first. It's a double play.
And CC Sabathia is on the mound. The left side of the infield has to be on their toes. A lot of ground balls on off-speed pitches, a changeup or the sinker moving away. Third baseman, shortstop, going to get a lot of these. And of course, his pitcher's best friend, throw the Castro on the first to Teixeira for the double play. Nicely turned. Well, the last 3 triple plays, the Yankees have, CC's been on the mound for all 3 of them. Started by the third baseman.
Here's Neil Walker. Walker struck out in the first inning. Grounded to short. Gregorius to Teixeira, and that'll do it here in the third. No runs, no hits, no errors, and because of the double play, nobody left. Let's go to the 4th. Report brought to you by Montefiore, doing more in state-of-the-art healthcare. And the Mets, boy, every day, another player has Drupal Cabrera, day-to-day strained knee. Now, I believe that he was actually placed on the DL, and they put Matt Reynolds on. Jose Reyes is on the DL. Lucas Duda, DL, lower back injury. David Wright, likely out for the year, neck surgery, 60-day DL. And now Justin Ruggiano running through first base, pulled up limping, and he has left the game. So the Mets have a new center fielder. De Azumus from left to center. And taking over in left field is Michael Conforto. Ellsbury fouls it away.
Going to take a look at the Ruggiano going down the first baseline, trying to avoid the double play. Now right here, feels something, and he is now out of the ball game. And they add another Met to the injury list.
And Cespedes is not in the game today either. He's been battling a quad injury, so it's amazing how the Mets have been besieged with injuries this year. You see the Audi scoreboard, 1-0 Mets over the Yanks in the fourth. Line drive, a base hit down the right field line. That'll go up against the wall. Played out there by Granderson, and Ellsbury will stop at second with a leadoff double here in the fourth.
Well, the Yankees 2 hits in the game, triple, and now this double. Looked like a changeup that sat right in the middle of the plate. Changeups that do that have a tendency to be hit pretty hard. And this one, Loney didn't have much of a chance, and Granderson had to chase it up against the wall and down the line. And Ellsbury in at second with a 2-base hit.
Now, Brian Cashman, when he was up here, as David said, very forthright about what went wrong with this team. 3-4 hitters, expecting 60 home runs out of them. You didn't get it. Another guy who was really skated because of the problems with, Teixeira and A-Rod. You can't have Jacoby Ellsbury hitting 263. That's not what you signed him to that long-term deal for, to hit 263. He and Gardner have not done much at the top of the order. So a double for Ellsbury here in the fourth.
Michael, I think what happened to the Yankees this year is what a lot of people expected to happen to them last year. They weren't sure if A-Rod could come back from suspension and have a good year. And he proved everybody wrong with 33 homers and 86 runs batted in. And this year, with Teixeira's injuries and he not hitting like he has in the past, I mean, he's right. Brian Cashman's right. The 3 and 4 hitters, along with the fact the Yankees just haven't hit that well with runners in scoring position, their run scoring has dropped dramatically this year.
Two and one on Teixeira. I also thought, my eyebrows kind of went up. I'm sure both of you did as well. Gary Sanchez would be up on Wednesday. Well, who's he replacing? Who's coming off the roster?
Yeah, that's true.
Where's he playing? Because they're not bringing Gary Sanchez to be a right-handed bat off the bench. He's going to play.
Mentioned other names as well, and there's some guys having success in AAA. Tyler Austin, another name.
I think one thing we should remember, that the trade deadline is the deadline for sure, but there are trades made after, waiver deals. And players or teams, think about deals that were almost made, and then all of a sudden they say, well, maybe let's see if we can get that player. And they have to go through waivers.
Especially if it's a big money contract, that has the better chance to get through waivers, because you don't want to get stuck with that contract by blocking.
Yeah, prospects usually don't have that route to another team.
Grounded foul. Is Teixeira really going to try to pull the ball here to move Ellsbury over to third?
Brian Cashman also obviously mentioned Aaron Judge, who's just back from injury, trying to get him some at-bats, but clearly you're going to see him in the future. So without a doubt, you're going to see an influx of youth here and energy to come and try to pick this roster up.
2-2. 3-2 on Teixeira. The Yankees 13th in runs in the American League, 12th in average, 12th in home runs, and last runners in scoring position, and 29th in the big leagues runners in scoring position. And Teixeira works a walk, putting runners on first and second for McCann. Now on the positive side of things, you don't want to only be negative. A real telling stat that people look at is run differential. And the Yankees have a negative run differential. They should not be 500. They should be under 500.
Yeah.
So they're 52 and 52 coming in. And you know, Joe Girardi said these trades are not sending up a white flag. Obviously, it weakens the team tremendously to lose Beltran, but these players paid a lot of money to go out there and play hard and try to win every game. But with a negative run differential, they're a 500 team. Which says a lot about their pitching.
Says a lot about the pitching, and in particular the bullpen.
Bullpen, yeah.
Or the recent bullpen.
Yeah.
You can trade 2 of your best relievers and still have Dellin Betances to close for you. That's a rare commodity, and it became redundant. If you're not scoring runs, you're not getting those relievers in a position to close games, then you know that's the problem with closers. If you're not scoring, you can't use them.
Meredith, you have more on what the team feels about these deals.
Well, Michael, just a little bit off of what you said. Mark Teixeira was at his locker in the clubhouse about 4:15 today, and he was asked about going out there and competing. And he said, look, we are paid to be professional baseball players that come to the ballpark every day trying to win, playing our hardest. That doesn't mean only if you're playing for a contending team, a team that's guaranteed a spot in the playoffs, or a World Series team. It is every day that should be your mentality, regardless of where your team is at in the standings. He was asked whether or not he's going to have that conversation with anybody in the clubhouse. He said he's been on teams that have done this before. He's been in these situations. He understands his responsibilities as a member of this team, and said if there are any people in that clubhouse that have questions about that, they can certainly come to him and he'll explain exactly what their responsibilities are.
We'll see how they respond.
As long as there are people in the stands who have paid their way in, you owe them your hardest effort on the field, your best effort on the field.
First and second, nobody out. We're in the 4th inning, 1-0 Mets, and a 1-2 count on McCann. Our information guy James Smythe said that with the run differential the Yankees have, the Pythagorean record would have them at 48-56. So they have a 4-game overperformance. Only 2 other teams have more. The Rangers +8 and the Phillies +6. Big crowd here at Citi Field for the first game of the 20th edition of the Subway Series. It started in 1997. David, you were there for the first one. That was super, super exciting. I think it's lost some of the luster, but still the fans care.
Obviously, it's a sellout here at Citi Field. That's one thing that's been consistent. The fans sort of dictate whether they care or not, or whether it's a big game, and they continue to show up, in particular for this Mets and Yankees series.
2-2. Fly ball, right field. Toward the line is Granderson. He'll make the catch. Tagging is Ellsbury, and the throw comes in the second. So a fly ball by McCann. Runners on a first and third with 1 out. This is the all-time Subway Series record. Yankees have won 60 to the Mets 44. Now the Yankees did win the most important Subway Series, the 2000 World Series. They did that in 5 games. Yankees have pitched better in these games. They've out-homered the Mets and they've out-hit them and outscored them. So 60 to 44. But a lot of the Subway Series history, the Mets really struggled, and they were kind of putting things together and rebuilding. So here's Didi, who has been moved up to the 5th spot in the order, hitting .291. Hasn't had a great road trip, 5 hits and 24 bats. Fouled away.
If you look up and down, Kenny, at the Yankees lineup, it's about 3 guys that you could say that have kind of done their job. You know, Gregorius is certainly one of them. When you rank him against all the other shortstops in the major leagues, he's close to top 5, certainly top 10. And of course, Carlos Beltran, who was just traded, one of the top right fielders from offensive production.
And that one gets away from d'Arnaud. Here comes Ellsbury. He scores. And the game is tied at 1. Moving to second is Teixeira. That ball did not get that far from d'Arnaud. Heads up base running by Ellsbury.
Well, he shows off his speed and scoring on this wild pitch. And Teixeira just moves up 90 feet to second, but there was quite a collision at home plate. Ellsbury, after the collision, was checking on the pitcher. Here's Verrett. There's the collision. Ball gets away from Verrett, and the Yankees have tied the game. Pitch low and inside. d'Arnaud can't block it. You're right, Michael. Just off the dirt, onto the grass, and there's Ellsbury scoring the tying run. Take a look at it on Yesmo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Ellsbury got his left foot stepped on, but it looked like he was okay. Quite a collision.
Pitch outside to Didi. 2-1.
Both players very lucky. You're right, Kenny. When you get legs tangled up like that at full speed on both ends, bad things can happen. Verrett very lucky too. A little reckless running through there.
Fly ball left field. Conforto will make the play as Teixeira heads back to second. 2 down.
You know, there's really, just to finish that point, Michael, there's 3 players offensively who you could say, compared to their positions, have done well this year. Gregorius at short, the recently traded Beltran in right field, and actually Brian McCann, when you compare him to all the rest of the American League catchers, offensively, there's only one catcher that's better than McCann, and that would be Salvador Perez in Kansas City across the board in terms of numbers. Everybody else bottom of the pack. Not even close to average production.
But I think, David, in fairness, you have to say McCann's not having the year he had last year, though. I mean, last year he drove in 94 runs, was it?
Yes, he did.
Yeah.
Well, here's a guy who's kind of gotten a pass because, is much better than the production they had at second base last year and the year before. But Starlin Castro's at the bottom of the pack when you look at his offensive numbers as well in terms of second baseman. He's hitting .256. And the Yankees would be the first one. He has to be more disciplined at the plate and not chase pitches out of the strike zone.
He did walk his first time up.
Well, you can see it's there with Castro, especially if he plays to his strengths at Yankee Stadium going to right field. He'll have a lot more home runs. So far, it's just .256, 11 and 40.
No, it's not the average production that hurts you. It's the bottom of the barrel. I mean, when you really sink down to the bottom in terms of offensive production, position by position, that's when you get dragged down. Actually, if you have average production across the field, you've got a pretty good team. Collectively, that actually keeps you above water.
Well, there are 3 Yankees with above average OPS. That's on base percentage plus slugging. Beltran, Didi, and McCann.
It's hard for 3 to carry 6 on a nightly basis.
And the other 6 are nowhere near average. That's the problem, including a DH at first base, as Brian Cashman pointed out.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, runner at second. It's a 1-1 game. Top of the 4th inning. Yankees against the Mets. Strike 3. Castro down looking. But the Yankees tie the score. 1 run, 1 hit, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 4th. It's 1-1. To the Honda League leaders, home runs. Cardinals lead the National League with 143. Nationals 139. The Mets 134. The Cubs and the Rockies are tied at 130. And Flores hit number 134 in the second. There's a strike. Audi scoreboard 1-1 game. This ballpark, when it opened in 2009, was considered to be massive and very unfriendly to home run hitters. But they have moved in the fences, and now it does yield more home runs.
Didn't they move them in more than once?
Yes. One of the big moves was in left field. They came in right field by the bullpens as well.
It's interesting because when you think back to when Comerica Park opened in Detroit, the same thing. Wasn't very hitter friendly. They had players like Juan Gonzalez in those days who wasn't very happy. And they moved the fences in eventually in left field. And Miguel Cabrera got happy. He's still happy. He hit 2 yesterday.
Fly ball right field, Ref Snyder. Well, one of the puzzling aspects of having such a big ballpark was the face of your franchise is David Wright. And he had a lot of power. He hit a lot of home runs to right center at Shea Stadium, and that was taken away. Those were long fly balls here at Citi Field.
Yeah, the owner of the Mets, Fred Wilpon, was a childhood teammate of Sandy Koufax's, was a pitcher, was a really good pitcher too. So there's no doubt where his heart lies. He's on the pro pitcher side, so he saw himself building this park big and strong pitching staff.
Fast outfielders.
D'Arnaud takes a strike from Sabathia. D'Arnaud had to breathe a sigh of relief. The Mets were supposedly very much pursuing Jonathan Lucroy. and d'Arnaud was part of the deal, but it did not get done.
It's the second year in a row where they had a trade that was undone, and this year it was Brandon Nimmo, the young outfielder who was included originally in the Jay Bruce trade, and there was problems with a medical on one of the minor league players that was involved in that deal, so the deal got reworked and Brandon Nimmo was left out of it. We had an interesting batting practice on the field, kind of smiling as he said, should I stay or should I go? Should I pack my bags?
He was this year's Wilmer Flores then, right?
Pretty much, yeah. I mean, d'Arnaud was just in rumors, but he was never actually included in the deal. Nimmo was. He was gone.
Nimmo said it was very odd, people coming up to him before the game, I'm glad you're still here. This is a young kid, so a little difficult to deal with. And it's strange that the Mets included Dilson Herrera in the deal for Bruce, because Herrera's eventual emergence is one of the reasons they gave not offering a long-term deal to Daniel Murphy. Neil Walker's just a stopgap, 1 year left on his contract, then he becomes a free agent, and everyone figured that Dilson Herrera was going to be the second baseman of the future, but he gets traded. And right now, unless they make another move, if Walker does walk as a free agent, ends up being Jose Reyes might be your second baseman for 2017. Up the middle and through for a base hit. So a one-out single for Travis d'Arnaud.
Been very difficult for the Mets, a team that got a taste of the World Series last year. Same with the Royals. The Royals were suspiciously quiet this year during the trade deadline, although several of their players are injured and potential trade pieces.
I think they had the worst record in baseball during the last month of July.
Last year's World Series matchup, a whole different story this year.
And what a gut punch for the Royals. It looked like they were taking offers and were prepared to trade Wade Davis, and boom, he goes on the DL.
There's James Loney, who was with the Rays in spring training. They let him go in spring training. And eventually he signed with the San Diego organization and was playing at AAA when Lucas Duda of the Mets was injured, and with I think a lower back injury. He's been out for quite a while. The Mets pick up Loney. Doesn't have the power that Duda has, but you know, solid line drive type hitter.
He's been good for the Mets. He's been exactly what they needed.
Good fielder.
Good fielder, and 280 average. He's provided above average production in his time here, and as you said, Kenny, he's still being paid by the Rays at $8 million, and the Rays still haven't found a first baseman to replace him.
Very good against the Yankees lifetime, 338. Loney is against the Yanks.
Well, the Rays were using Steve Pearce for a while at first, and they traded him today back to Baltimore, where he'd come from. You know, you were talking about Jonathan Lucroy, who eventually ended up in Texas. Well, he had been rumored to come to the Mets. He was traded to Cleveland, but he had a no trade, didn't want to go. So then they said, well, we'll trade you to Texas. And he said, oh, okay, I'll go to Texas. Now, the whole idea is when you have a no trade, it's so you can decide your future. And obviously he liked his future better in Texas than he did in Cleveland.
Well, one addendum to that. There's a fly ball to center field. Ellsbury coming on to make the play for the second out. He had a limited no trade clause, and one of the teams was Cleveland.
Okay.
And Texas was not on that list, so he had to go to Texas.
Okay.
But the interesting thing about Lucroy, and I don't understand why the Indians did this, Lucroy wanted assurances, I'm going to be your starting catcher next year. And Cleveland wouldn't give it to him because they have Yan Gomes coming back. And he said, well, next year is my last year of my contract. My value as a catcher, I want some assurances they wouldn't give it to him, so he vetoed it.
You know, the thing about it, Gomes is having not such a good year this
awful.
year. Yeah, he's one of the worst hitters in baseball this year.
There's Matt Reynolds. There's a strike.
Yeah, I mean, it really is a tale of two trades when you look at the Andrew Miller trade. And I talked to Brian Cashman afterwards, and he said at that point, guys like Miller, who were setup men, didn't get no trade clauses in their contract. It's just not done. If you're a closer or a really elite player, then you can demand a no trade clause in your contract and potentially get it, as Brian McCann has in his contract. So Andrew Miller probably didn't even think about a no trade clause when he signed with the Yankees. He never entered his mind that he would have to have that kind of protection. Matthew, Lucroy signed an undervalued deal in Milwaukee. That's a different story. You took less money because you liked it in Milwaukee. You set up your family there. We tend to talk about these players like they're robots and interchangeable parts, and they're human beings with families that set up shop and in towns and cities, and their kids go to school.
The 0-2. Grounded to Castro. He'll step on the bag, and that will do it for the final out. No runs to hit, no errors, and one man left. Let's go to the fifth, 1-1 game. Yankees saw him in Minnesota. Time for tonight's pitching matchup. How they've done so far. Brought to you by People's United Bank NA. See what know-how can do. It's a 1-1 game. CeCe's given up 3 hits. Verrett 2. CeCe gave up a home run. Verrett a wild pitch that allowed Ellsbury to score.
Speaking of the Twins and Max Kepler, the Twins are playing better baseball lately. They're winning at a much better clip than they were earlier this season.
So, Kenny, they obviously found the culprit. It was Terry Ryan.
No, I wouldn't say that.
One of the great guys in baseball.
Yeah, I would say maybe that was a wake-up call for everybody involved.
Cadillac scoreboard 1-1, top of the fifth. No one thought they were a World Series team, but no one thought they were going to be this bad. Ellsbury, or check that, Headley lost it to shallow center. And De Aza makes a play. Now back to Bob Lorenz in the studio. All right, here it's 1-1, top of the fifth inning, and Rob Refsnyder steps in against Logan Verrett. He was hit by a pitch in the third inning.
Look, Joe Madden, the manager of the Cubs, is clearly the nutty professor. I mean, did you see any of that game last night? He's got his left-handed reliever playing left field to keep him in the game. He ends up making an unbelievable catch up against the wall at Wrigley, and then comes back in relief again. It was like a Little League game. Only Joe Madden would do that. Keep your relief pitchers in the game and let them play outfield so you can use them again. Just an incredible comeback.
You mean match up with the other hitters?
Yeah, he brought Wood in as a left-handed reliever and then made a switch and then put Wood in left field and brought in a right-handed reliever, and Wood ends up making a couple of plays in left field. One up against the wall. He had to go back and made an unbelievable play with his back against the wall. Only Joe Madden would do that.
Also, David, I don't know if enough managers have the job security or the confidence and the ability to withstand the questioning from the media. Joe Madden doesn't care. He thinks he's smarter than you. So he does stuff that I don't think other managers even try. I get the sense a lot of managers worry about the press conference afterward, how to explain their moves. If they backfire on Joe Madden, he's still Joe Madden.
It's interesting you mention that, because talking to managers that I have played against in the past, the toughest part is dealing with the media.
And there's a walk to Refsnyder. So let's see if they have Sabathia bunt here. Tried to bunt his first time up and bunted into a 1-6-4 double play. He's talking with Joe Espada.
Joe said, you got the green light. Go for it.
You know, CeCe wants to swing away.
Yeah.
Well, in my National League days and playing for the Mets for 6 years, we were always taught as pitchers that you have the option, if the defense is crashing so hard, as I said last time, you can pull the bat back and swing and try to slap one through the infield. You can see right here, third baseman's crashing hard. You cannot bunt. You can't bunt to him.
And now he bunts. d'Arnaud fields and flips to first, so the sacrifice successful. You score at 2-4 as Refsnyder moves into scoring position.
That was textbook. Deadened it nicely.
Well, that's the key. Yes, his execution. Let's see, Sabathia gets it off the end of the bat and does deaden it just perfectly. Even still, I thought d'Arnaud, if he pops out here, has a play at second base, but plays it safe and takes the easy out. d'Arnaud busts it right out here. I think he's got to, well, it's close, but going to take the easy out at first.
Now here is Brett Gardner. Interesting statistic. He had a triple to open up the game and was thrown out by plenty trying for the inside the park home run. And we also noted that coming out of the box, he looked as if he was looking to see the ball clear the wall. That's a base hit past a diving Loney and down the right field line. Scoring easily is Refsnyder, and Gardner's at second with an RBI double. Yankees lead 2-1.
Look like off speed again, Kenny.
Yeah.
Gardner's gotten good looks and good swings. And the hooking line drive right over the bag.
Yeah, by the time Loney hits the ground, his ball is halfway down into the right field corner. The effort's there, but he comes up short, and the Yankees have taken the lead.
Here's Jacoby Ellsbury. Line drive, left center field, it's a base hit. Gardner will score easily. Ellsbury with an RBI single. Ball is bobbled. He's going into second. He is in there. Yankees lead 3-1. So that's going to be a single, an RBI, and moving to second on an E8 on De Aza.
Well, the only reason you can make it to second on this is because you ran fairly hard to first base. There's the bobble. That's the reason why you run hard to first base. If the outfield doesn't come up with cleanly, you can make it to second. And it's, of course, with somebody like Ellsbury and his speed, yeah, he's out of the box pretty good. Going to turn right here, sees the bobble, turns it back on. Quick acceleration. He's in the second. And a neat little slide to get to the third base side of second.
Here's Teixeira. Yankees up 3-1. We're in the top of the fifth inning. Here's the statistic I was telling you about. Gardner's trip around the bases in the first inning was clocked at 14.89 seconds. That's the fastest in Major League Baseball this season, and he still was thrown out. There have been 6 inside the park home runs in the big leagues this year. So his was faster than those 6. 2 thrown out at home, 1 Gardner and 1 Jay Bruce. Grounded and past the diving Loney, grabbed there by Walker, who fires to Verrett to get Teixeira for the final out. But the Yankees get 2 runs on 2 hits, 1 error, no 1 man left. We're halfway through. Yanks up by 2. Baseball on Yes is brought to you in part by People's United Bank and a thumbs up for quick balance with Touch ID on your mobile phone. And by your Tri-Honda dealers, hurry to your local Tri-Honda dealer for great deals on the 2016 models. Alejandro De Aza takes a strike from CeCe as we start at the bottom of the 5th inning. Yankees lead 3-1 on the Cadillac scoreboard. De Aza intentionally walked in the 2nd inning so they could pitch to Verrett with a runner on 1st and 2nd. Verrett struck out. De Aza's been a big disappointment for the Mets. When he signed with the Mets, he thought he was going to be in the outfield and play all the time. That was before they re-signed Yoenis Cespedes. So he's just a bit player off the bench and not seeing much action, and certainly not hitting enough to warrant more action.
Well, he wouldn't be playing tonight if Cespedes was in there, because Cespedes, of course, a powerful right-handed hitter who has provided most of the Mets' offense this year. And they've really missed him of late with that strained quad.
Did he go? Yes, he did, said Quinn Walcott. So De Aza down on strikes.
Another good slider from Sabathia down, perfectly placed. Nice 0-2 pitch, De Aza. No chance.
So Brandon Nimmo is going to pinch hit for Logan Verrett. And the youngster takes a strike.
Yeah, looks like he got the De Aza treatment on that pitch. Good slider. That's why when you're on deck, you got to watch what's going on to hit it before you. You see what's working for the pitcher.
Sabathia's in pretty good shape pitch count wise. Just 66, 1 out here in the 5th inning with a 3-1 lead. Now, an interesting thing to consider, the template has completely changed. You're not looking for a Yankee starter to give you 6 and then just hand the ball to the bullpen. Now it becomes a little questionable. You've got Tyler Clippard out there. You've got Adam Warren, and of course the closer is Dellin Betances.
And obviously a spot in the rotation that needs to be filled, possibly with somebody down there. There's Severino or Green, or possibly Sessa in AAA. So Severino threw 2 innings yesterday and came in and finished out throwing 99 miles an hour.
Ooh. That's a broken bat for Nimmo. That was a Clippard that you saw out there in the Yankee bullpen.
That's a sound that pitchers love to hear, and hitters, they just know it's time to get another piece of lumber. Let's listen to it. Oh, I hate it when that happens.
It's a great combination. 2-seamer in on the fist and then slider away.
2-2. Looped into left field. It is a base hit, a pinch hit single for Brandon Nimmo.
I'm laughing about that bat situation. Years ago, I was facing Ron Guidry, and I had this bat I'd been using for a month, and I had a 17-game hitting streak, and I said to myself before the game, I shouldn't use this bat. But I felt I was going so good I could get it. He broke it the first time up. And not only that, he broke the bat and this hitting streak.
There's Curtis Granderson, 0 for 1 with a walk. One and 0.
CC dialing it up to 92.
Probably been a while since CC Sabathia has faced 4 left-handers in a lineup, and obviously the injury brought in Diaza into this game.
Now Conforto's in there too.
Conforto, I mean, the Mets are left with nothing but left-handed bats. And Cespedes is not available as far as we know.
Swing and a miss. Granderson down on strikes. Let's take a look at the standings presented by Mazda Driving Matters. And first up, the AL wild card. The Blue Jays and the Red Sox have the 2 wild cards, and the Tigers are a game out. Astros 2.5, Mariners 5, and the Yankees 5.5 behind the Red Sox. Now in the NL, Dodgers and the Marlins, Don Mattingly's old team and his new team, they have the wild card, and the Cardinals 1 back, Mets 2.5, Pirates 4, and the Rockies 5. Here's Michael Conforto. Conforto played such a large role in the Mets making the World Series last year, coming up in the middle of the year. Got off to a pretty good start and then went into a horrendous slump where they sent him down to AAA Las Vegas and only recently called him back up. Driven to right field and deep on the run. Refsnyder dives. He can't make the play. It'll go to the wall. Nimmo scores. Conforto will stop at second with an RBI double, and the Yankees are up 3-2.
CC had made some pretty good pitches to left-handers in this inning, striking out Diaz and Granderson. But this wasn't the best pitch that he's made in this inning. Watch. Well, first of all, going to take a look at the effort by Refsnyder in right field. Just misses it by that much, making a circus catch that would have ended the inning. Instead, the Mets have a run and a runner on second.
Runner at second is the tying run. Number 3 hitter in the Mets order, Neil Walker, is at the plate. Crowd comes alive at Citi Field.
Well, what an effort by Refsnyder, though, and the right choice there with 2 outs to take that chance.
Pitch outside, 1-0. Fly ball, right center. Ellsbury on the run, on the track, and he makes the play up against the wall for the final out of the 5th. So Walker gave it a ride. Mets 1 run, 2 hits, 1 man left. This is how close it was. We go to the 6th. For the Yankees' first ever Star Wars night. There'll be a special Star Wars theme throughout the night and appearances by some of your favorite Star Wars characters. In addition, first 18,000 guests in attendance are going to receive a special R2-D2 Yankees knit cap. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com, visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or you can call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. And the Mets make the Verizon call to the bullpen. Nimmo pinch hit for Verrett. Now Eric Goodell comes on in relief. And he deals low to Brian McCann. 3-2 Yankees lead. Four, 5, and 6 in the Yankee order. And there's a strike. Yankees 3 runs on 4 hits. Mets 2 runs on 5 hits with 1 error. Count 2-1. Goodell, his 19th game, 1-0. See the other numbers. McCann is 0 for 2. Pop to short and fly out to right. Fouled away. So one more game at Citi Field, and then the series shift to Yankee Stadium for Wednesday and Thursday evenings. This technically will end the Yankees road trip, which started in Houston and then Tampa Bay and now Citi Field.
Eric Goodell has a brother, Tyler, who plays for the Philadelphia Phillies, and they almost had it. They haven't faced each other yet, but they almost did. I think his brother was on deck, and he didn't actually get an opportunity to hit against his brother. And his brother was a Rule 5 pick by the Phillies from Tampa Bay.
2-2. Loney makes the catch. One away.
So you can imagine the parents during that matchup, huh?
I drill him. My brother, I drill him right in the back. Actually, did wiffle ball games all the time.
Well, this is different. Imagine your brother charging the mound on you. Then what do you think your parents are thinking?
Just like old times.
Here's Didi Gregorius, 0 for 2 tonight. Grounded to second, fly ball to left. And that one's a hot shot up the middle. Diving stab by Walker. He gets him at first. Good play by Neil Walker.
Yeah, 2 balls hit on the nose here this inning. But they find the leather of the Mets on the right side. First Loney and now Walker. Good stop from his knees. Throws out Gregorius. Right on the nose. Good play by Walker at second base.
Starlin Castro takes a strike. They play Castro to pull. The third baseman Flores close to the line and deep at third. The shortstop Reynolds shades into the hole a bit. Walker up the middle. Fly ball right field. Granderson is there. He'll make the play, and the Yankees go down in order against Goodell. 1, 2, 3, and we go to the bottom of the 6th. It's 3-2 Yanks. Sets it up for tomorrow. Tomorrow's starting pitchers brought to you by Fios. Fios is not cable. We are wired differently. Visit getfios.com. Tanaka will get the start for the Yankees. 7-3, 3.16. DeGrom for the Mets, 6-5, 2.56. And our coverage will begin at 6 p.m. right here on Yes. Jacob deGrom made his debut in the big leagues against the Yankees in a Subway Series game. A game he lost, but he pitched very, very well. So we go to the bottom of the 6th, 3-2 Yankees. Wilmer Flores leads off. And the pitch from Sabathia is low. 1-0. 3-4-0 leading 2-5-1.
Flores had a tremendous month of July. 7 home runs in July. He started August off pretty well too with a home run here tonight. The thing about it, 7 of his last 8 home runs have come against left-handed pitching. He wears out lefties. Hit over 300 against lefties last year.
Good pitch.
Got granted visitation rights.
Absolutely. That's a really good pitch.
Why is it good, David?
Just let him know you're out there. You see, that ball's not even that far inside, but it pushes him off the plate, makes him move off the plate.
Sets up an off-speed pitch away, too, a changeup.
Yeah, it just keeps hitters from diving out and taking advantage of the pitcher. Hitting good pitches on the outer half of the plate.
Nick Goody has made it to the ballpark, called up today, so he's warming in the bullpen for the Yanks. Taps softly past the glove of Teixeira, and CeCe's not there, so a base hit for Flores.
Teixeira's looking at Castro now. He's trying to get his attention to see if he could have made this play. And I think he could have if Teixeira had stayed at first base. I think one thing you have to realize when Sabathia's on the mound, he's not going to get over there. He's not going to beat anybody over the first base.
Yeah, that's a great point.
And that it makes no sense to play Teixeira that far off the bag, because even if he fields a normal ground ball, CeCe's not getting there.
Yeah, he's not going to beat him.
So that's one time when, even if the shift tells you have to be there, it doesn't make sense to be there because it can't be executed.
Couldn't agree more. Sabathia with a bad knee as well, so you just, as Kenny said, you have to protect and guard against the fact that he's not going to be there.
Well, Castro might have had a difficult play, but he could have charged it and thrown on the run, and Teixeira stayed on the bag. Can all be a moot point if you get a double play here.
Tonight's pitch count brought to you by the Acura Summer of Performance event. 86 pitches. Here's how it breaks down: 51 strikes, 35 balls. Runner on first base. In the 6th, nobody out. A 2-0 count on Travis d'Arnaud. Strike. Three and one. Line drive, base hit, right field for d'Arnaud. Flores had a hold up. He stops at second, and the Mets have runners on first and second. Nobody out here in the 6th.
Well, in the driver's seat on a 3-1 count, fastball up and out of the plate. Credit d'Arnaud with going with the pitch and little mishap to start out this inning now leads to first and second, nobody out.
Yeah, no second hit of the game. We'll see how the Mets want to play this here. They're down by a run. A left-handed hitting Loney at the plate. Might be a double play candidate. Let's see if they try and bunt. But you're getting a little further down towards the pitcher in the order here. Just have to use somebody off the bench. The Yankees appear to be looking for the bunt. Teixeira's in on the inside of the bag at first, and Headley's on the grass at third. So they're expecting Loney, a left-handed hitter, to bunt here. He's grounded out and flied out. He's 0 for 2.
Not bunting. Right in on the hands and foul back. Got him on the thumbs.
Whoa.
Running two-seam fastball, and that is deep into the kitchen.
And look how he was trying to hit before the bunt sign came up. See what's happening here. The Yankees have dropped back a bit in the infield.
I think in today's game, one of the problems, and Michael, you and I have talked about this, I'm not a big fan of the bunt. Speaking from experience, when I'm on the mound and you give me an out, that's a gift. But just the efficacy of the ability to bunt. Players don't bunt as well. You could play the percentages. Okay, if you bunt here, what's going to happen? What are your odds? How about the odds of actually just getting the bunt down? How many times we've seen players fail to do it in today's game? Double barrel action now with Blyer and Goody. So I think that's part of the decision making and trying to be a manager and make those decisions. I would factor that in. You know, he probably can't get it down.
Swing and a miss. Not a good at bat for Loney. He goes down swinging, one away.
Yeah, he swung at 2 pitches well out of the strike zone. Kind of struck himself out in that at bat. Looks good, but it's really not.
The perfect 2-strike pitch. Lefty on lefty.
That's Yes Mo, brought to you by your Mercedes-Benz Tri-State dealer. Here's Matt Reynolds. Double to left and grounded to second. High fly ball, deep left center. Going back, Ellsbury looking up. See ya! A 3-run home run from Matt Reynolds. And just like that, the Mets take the lead.
Well, 2 of his 3 at-bats. Reynolds has hit the ball hard, a double, and now jumps on the first pitch. High belt-high fastball in the middle of the plate, maybe a cutter. And CC knows not getting that one back. Then he looked up at the scoreboard to check to see what the score was.
It's 5-3 Mets. Here's De Aza. Grounded foul.
Now, CC had a stretch this year where he wasn't giving up very many home runs. I think he's given up 10 now on the season, which is the fewest of any Yankee starter, but this one's going to hurt.
I'm not sure CC Sabathia even knows who Matt Reynolds is, to tell you the truth. He's clearly stunned by that home run. Matt Reynolds, the rookie, just came into this game with 43 career at-bats. I'm quite sure that Sabathia didn't expect that on a first pitch.
And the 0-2. Still 0-2.
Second career home run for young Matt Reynolds. He's going to remember that one off of a brand name. Changes the complexion of this ball game completely. And you go back to the leadoff play, the mistake that kind of led to this, a gift to start this inning off.
And that one is lined to Gregorius for the second. That little humpback line drive to retire De Aza. Well, the first 11 games of the season, CC allowed 2 home runs. In his last 8, he's allowed 9 home runs. So that's the breakdown of the 11. Steven Matz is going to pinch hit for Eric Goodell. So Colin Frayne with a short bench goes to his pitcher, Steven Matz. He's got one right-handed hitter that we know is available, the backup catcher, Rene Rivera. And they want to stay away from Yoenis Cespedes. 2-0. Sabathia is due up third in the 7th, so Girardi wants to get him through this inning. A strike. Nats has 2 runs batted in this year, hitting .156. And Sabathia having trouble throwing strikes to him. It's 3-1. Matt's up there hacking, not looking for the walk. 3-2.
Lefty throwing Matz, batting right-handed. Granderson, the lefty swinger, on deck.
And he walks Matz. Well, Joe Girardi doesn't want to wait any longer. He's already down 2 with an offense that's struggling to score runs. So he will call on the left-hander Blyer to pitch to Granderson. The kid from Germany. Kid from Oakland, California struggled in this inning. CC 5 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs, a runner at first. Matz, a pinch hit walk for him is his responsibility. Struck out 5 through 103 pitches. So he had a 3-1 lead. Now he's down 5-3 as the Yankees go to Richard Blyer. with Granderson coming up.
You know, Michael, those are the toughest ones to take. You know, for CC Sabathia, he had the game in his hands, and a rookie, really, with a big swing.
There's a strike to Granderson.
Yeah, sometimes pitchers come out of a game and they said, if I could have one pitch back, that would be the one.
Fly ball in the left center field. That's going to find grass and drop in for a base hit. Matz will go to third. Throw comes to second. And Granderson with a single. And the Mets have runners on first and third with 2 outs.
I'll tell you what, Matz didn't hesitate once he got to second. Of course, with 2 outs, he's off with the crack of the bat. And he made it easily to third base. In fact, Ellsbury threw it into second to keep Granderson at first.
So that brings up Conforto. They doubled his first time up. That was in the 5th. Replaced Justin Ruggiano. And he drove in a run in the 5th. And that one behind Conforto, but staying at third is Matz as McCann retrieves.
This ball's going to come off the wow, look out.
Missed the bat.
They just missed the bat. That would have been a strike. Fortunately for the Yankees, it bounced back pretty quickly. Yep. Oh, he slipped as he was delivering the ball. And that's why the wild pitch.
He's lucky that the pitcher's running at third.
Matz is at third. Granderson's at first. 2 men out. 3 runs in. Mets lead 5-3, bottom of the 6th. Blyer deals. Misses outside. 2-1. Neil Walker's on deck. Two and 2.
I think the Mets really thought that Conforto would be an everyday guy for them this year, a major producer. He does have 10 home runs, but has struggled. Was sent down for a time, and brought back up, but they were really counting on Conforto to be a big producer in this lineup.
Yeah, take that next step.
I don't think they've given up on him, obviously, in terms of his ceiling, as they say. But
I think, and you've heard this mentioned from time to time as Jerry Blevins is warming up in the Mets bullpen, look like he's ready. This game is big constant adjustments. You know, you do well, the opponent's going to find a way to get you out if you're a hitter, and then you have to figure out what they're trying to do to you. Some teams pitch you differently than other teams do.
Three and 2, so that will release Granderson at first. 3-2 and 2 outs. Still 3 and 2.
switch hitting Neil Walker on deck. Be interesting to see what Girardi does here if Bleier loses Conforto. Got a feel that this might be Bleier's last chance.
And he loses Conforto. A walk to load the bases. So Bleier comes on to face 2 lefties, 1 singles, 1 walks. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Girardi goes to the bullpen for Goody. For Fios and Frontier customers, so if you can't catch the Yankees games on TV, now you can stream them live on your mobile device wherever you go. Just download the app and sign in with your subscriber information. Fox Sports Go is available for DirecTV, Optimum, Time Warner Cable, and now Fios and Frontier customers. So Nick Goody comes into a jam, bases loaded, 2 men out, 3 runs already in, and the Mets have taken the lead 5-3. See Goody's numbers. Goody actually pitched well before he was sent down, and it was a numbers game, and they couldn't call him up for at least 10 days. There was no injury. So the 10-day period is over. Nick Goody was called up before the game. The roster spots made available with the trades the Yankees made. So he will face the switch hitting Neil Walker batting from the left side. Pitch inside, 1-0. Walker struck out in the first, grounded to short in the third, and a fly ball to center in the 5th. It's low, 2-0. Goody has 30 strikeouts in 25 innings. No place to put Neil Walker. There's a strike. Fastball down the middle. 3-1. Matz is on third. Granderson at second. Conforto is at first. 2 men out. popped up. Shallow center. Ellsbury's there, and Goody works out of trouble. But the Mets take the lead. They score 3 runs. On 4 hits, they leave the bases loaded.
The Mets and pitched a no-hitter for the Yankees Wednesday. Doc Gooden opens up about his rise to fame and his troubles with addiction on an emotional new Center Stage with Michael Kay. This premieres Wednesday at 11 after Subway Series coverage only on Yes, presented by your Tri-State Land Rover retailers. So,
worth the watch.
Doc Gooden.
Must see.
Yeah. That's the new roof on the tennis center, so there'll be no more rainouts at the U.S. Open. And that's Arthur Ashe Stadium, so the main facility got a roof on it. So Hansel Robles will come on for the Mets. And will face the bottom third of the Yankee order. First up, Chase Headley. And there's a strike. Tyler Clippard, newly acquired Yankee and a former Yankee, warming. The 1-1 to Headley. Fouls it back. GMC scoreboard, Mets lead the Yankees 5-3. We're in the 7th, top of the 7th inning. Outside, 2-2. 99 miles an hour.
It's getting to be a longer line every year of relief pitchers that throw 95 or better.
Three and 2 on Headley.
Yeah, you can hear the pop of the glove of Darno all the way up here.
It's a great point, Kenny. If you know, Yankee fans remember when Jabba Chamberlain first came up, it was as if, oh, we got one of those guys that can throw 95 to 100. Now it seems like every bullpen's got somebody like that.
Swing and a miss. High cheese right by him. One away.
Yeah, it used to be most pitchers out of the bullpen were failed starters and they were sinker slider. But now, as Michael said, everybody's got some sort of cheese. And this is up in the strike zone, and you really have to get on top of it. Just almost forced that top hand over when you're swinging the bat, and Headley couldn't do it. Got up there in a hurry.
Here's Refsnyder. One off speed, breaking ball, check swing, 1-0.
And another reason why relief pitchers are more sinker slider hit back in the day, because managers would go to the bullpen in the middle of the innings more. And with men on base, they were looking to get the double play ball, get out of an inning unscathed. Well, now the relievers come in to begin innings. You got your 7th inning guy, your 8th inning guy, and your closer, your 9th inning guy. And they begin innings. So they're coming in just breathing fire.
One. Keeps pumping in sliders there, 2-1. Robles deals the 2-1. Broken bat, fly ball right field. Granderson's there for the second out, and we will throw back to Bob Lorenz with an update. Well, happens more than it doesn't happen because there aren't that many no-hitters in perfect games. So a lot of broken hearts for pitchers. Here's Aaron Hicks to pinch hit for Nick Goody.
That's why you got to celebrate when you get one, right, David?
Well, Danny Duffy's a great story in Kansas City, and we've talked about you know how I feel about the young pitchers that the Yankees have, letting them go to the bullpen and learn. We saw it even with Evaldi earlier this year, where he really had a couple or 3 good outings out of the bullpen and came out with confidence, and it carries over. It really does. Danny Duffy's got 15 strikeouts tonight. That's 7 2/3 innings. Was a reliever and then got him back in the rotation. He's really taken off.
Hicks with a fly ball deep to center field, going back. De Aza still back. He makes the play right on the lip of the track for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. Yankees go down in order. Time for the stretch here at Citi Field. 5-3 Mets.
Full circle for Tyler Clippard. He was drafted by the Yankees in the 9th round of the 2003 draft and made his debut at Shea Stadium against the Mets on May 20th, 2007 in front of a crowd of 56,000 plus people. He threw a solid 6 innings, not to mention he had not had an at-bat since high school, managed a hit in that game. He was asked earlier today in the clubhouse what he remembers about his time with the Yankees. The first thing he said, my debut in the Subway Series. It is something I will never forget, guys.
Well, here he is back across the street. The debut was at Shea. Here we are at Citi Field, and Clippard will deal to Wilmer Flores. Fouled away.
Well, Clippard has spent some time with the Nationals. And certainly the Mets have had a look at him while he was pitching for Washington. His numbers this year with Arizona. This will be his 40 games in the desert.
And the Mets know him because he was on their World Series team last year. He actually lost Game 4 in last year's World Series. Yankees got him from the Diamondbacks for Vicente Campos, who used to be Jose Campos and came over from Seattle in the Michael Pineda, Jesus Montero deal. The 0-2 high.
He changed his name?
I guess he's the player to be named later.
Yeah, I was thinking the very same thing.
GMC scoreboard 5-3 Mets.
Well, needless to say, Tyler Clippard was one of the ones that got away because he's been very effective for a long time. His best year, 2012 with the Nats, 32 saves. He's got 54 career saves. Mostly a setup guy, but has closed.
You know, one of the things that ownership really requested of Brian Cashman, if you're going to make these deals and bring in youngsters, you just can't leave the bullpen empty. So one of the requests was to get Adam Warren in the deal for Chapman, and then to pick up Tyler Clippard, so the bullpen is somewhat representative, not just Dellin Betances and cross your fingers. 2-2, swing and a miss. Flores down on strikes.
He threw a few pitches during that at bat, 79 miles an hour off speed, and then he blew him away with a high fastball just above 90 miles an hour. Put it up there in Flores' eyes. He went for the bait and it comes up empty.
Clippard is a strikeout pitcher. He's got 658 career strikeouts in 599 innings. So very effective, very deceptive if you notice his delivery, the way he throws the glove at the hitter. A real high front side, as we say in the pitcher's world. And that helps him hide the ball. That creates a little deception for him. So he's one of those guys with a funky delivery, and it's served him well.
Popped up. Teixeira will make the play for the second out. And that'll bring up Loney. Clippard at a 4.30 ERA this year with the Diamondbacks. Yankees traded him after the 07 season to the Nats for Jonathan Albaladejo, and Clippard spent 7 years in DC. There's a base hit through the vacated hole in the shift, so Loney picks up his first hit of the night. So you just heard Jack Curry talk about it. Matt Reynolds was in Vegas, had to hop on a plane, got here in the lineup, and he hits that big home run, a 3-run shot off of CC that turned a 3-2 deficit into a 5-3 lead. That's the difference in the game right now.
Thing about it, he probably wouldn't be here if Asdrubal Cabrera didn't get injured yesterday.
You know, Matt Reynolds' career high in any one season for home runs was 6. And that was playing in the PCL.
Which is a hitter's league.
Which is a hitter's league and a home run league. So clearly, you know, the scouting report on him was not much pop.
Oh, 2 on Reynolds.
He had 2 home runs this year in AAA in 51 games and 200 at-bats.
And a relatively light air in the
PCL.
Yeah.
But hit a booming home run off Sabathia here that has really changed the complexion of this game.
Yeah, you have places like Salt Lake City, Las Vegas. Ball travels.
The 0-2 swing and a miss. So Reynolds down on strikes. Clippard registers 2 strikeouts. Mets strand 1. We go to the 8th. 5-3 Mets. Subway Series. David Cone comes in for Denny Nagel and gets Mike Piazza to pop up. That must have been a very special moment for you to come into that game.
What in the heck was Joe Torre thinking about bringing that guy in the game? Denny Nagel was not happy. It was 4 2/3 with nobody on base.
I think he's still upset about it.
Yes.
And here you see number 31 of Piazza in this homestand. They retired number 31. Only the second player number retired by the Mets. The other one being number 41 for Tom Seaver. And then you have Gil Hodges and Casey Stengel. And of course, Jackie Robinson. So 4 retired numbers for players that actually played for the Mets. And David got Piazza in that World Series game.
That was it. That was my last appearance as a Yankee.
Nice way to go out. Jerry Blevins in his 49th game. Having a good year. That was the season you had a rough season and pitching out of the bullpen. Some were surprised that you were even on the roster pitching out of the bullpen, but you came in and got the big out.
Yeah, I mean, all kidding aside, Joe Torre did me a favor. I mean, I'm very thankful to at least to be able to say I played in that Subway Series.
What'd you throw him?
Actually got him out with an 85-mile-an-hour fastball on his fist. That's the last thing he thought it was coming. Nothing on it. Had nothing on that ball but my hand.
85 miles an hour.
That's all I had back then.
Hyundai scoreboard 5-3. Mets lead the Yanks. We're here in the 8th. 3-1 count. I'm Brett Gardner. And he walks him. And Saturday they retired Piazza's number. A busy couple of weeks for Mike, who entered the Hall of Fame. Got a big ovation. It was raining, so they had the tarp down. Al Leiter was there, Edgardo Alfonso on Cliff Floyd. And it was kind of neat. They had Piazza throw out the first pitch to Leiter. So Piazza stood out behind on the plate, and Leiter stood on the mound, and Mike threw the first pitch from behind the plate.
Well, that's very apropos because those two guys had a lot of time together in some great games. Leiter to Piazza.
And there's a resume of Mike Piazza. A 62nd round pick by the Dodgers, only picked as a favor to Tommy Lasorda.
Most home runs ever by a catcher.
Well, the one negative about Blevins is he does occasionally walk people. He had 11 walks coming in. He walks Gardner to lead off the inning, and it's 1-1 now on Ellsbury. Yankees down by 2, 5-3. Blevins deals. There's a strike. One, two, strike three. Ellsbury down looking. Now, Piazza made a speech, and Al Leiter was sitting right there and sent this out. He taped it on his cell phone. Let's listen.
Mike, milk it. Milk it. You only get one of these.
Told him to milk it, and he milked it. So that's Al Leiter's perspective of the day they retired number 31. Well, with Mark Teixeira coming up, Terry Collins says, okay, thank you, Jerry Blevins. He's going to go to the bullpen with a runner on first and one out here in the 8th. At Bat app. Stay up to the moment at any moment with game day, live game video highlights, StatCast, news, and more. Download MLB.com at Bat, the #1 app for live baseball on your phone and tablet. So the Mets go to the bullpen, and it is Addison Reed, who's had a really, really good year for them, as the bridge to Jeurys Familia. You see 63 strikeouts in 49 and 2/3 innings. So he has been dealing just 33 hits and 9 walks. So 42 base runners in 49 and 2/3 innings. Opponents hitting 182 against him. So Teixeira up there as the tying run. Switch hitter batting from the left side against the righty Reed. Here's an aside. Andrew Miller got in the game. Minnesota at Cleveland. And just to get his feet wet because Minnesota was blowing them out. First batter he faced was Joe Mauer. Mauer hit a home run. One and one on Teixeira. McCann's on deck.
I think to this point, I can only remember one left-handed batter hitting a home run off, and that was Carlos Gonzalez in Colorado at Coors Field.
Two and one on Teixeira. Mets homestand has been marred by blowing leads. Jeurys Familia, his first 2 blown saves in about a year and a half. One against the Cardinals, one against the Rockies. 2-2 on Teixeira.
Now Addison Reed does have some closing experience. He closed with both the White Sox. His best year he had 40 saves in 2013. Then he went to Arizona, had 32 more the next year. So he's certainly used to the late inning pressure.
Swing and a miss. Teixeira down on strikes. 2 away. And that'll bring up Brian McCann.
Well, one thing Reed's done differently this year is you see a little bit of life on that, because he's cutting his fastball a little bit, a la Mariano Rivera. Maybe not as good as Mariano Rivera, but he's manufactured a little movement off of his 4-seamer this year that has really done well by him. Caught a lot of hitters off guard.
So we find out that Andrew Miller actually had given up another home run to a lefty, Rougned Odor of the Texas Rangers. So all 3 of those lefties are brand name hitters, though.
McCann rips one for a base hit to right center field. Gardner will go to third. And a base hit for McCann. First and third, 2 outs. And that's going to bring up Gregorius.
Well, the way the shifts are in form these days, with this rip by McCann, what a solid swing right on through the ball. There's nobody at third base. You can see Reed going over the cover. Well, there's not going to be a throw anyway because Gardner's going to make it there standing up. And the shift took away any possibility of getting him at third base.
Big at bat for Gregorius, who is 0 for 3 tonight. And on this road trip, 5 for 26. So his average has dipped under 290. He was close to 300. He was 300 at one point, I believe. Pinch runner for McCann. Ronald Torreyes comes in. They want Torreyes to be able to score in case there's one in the gap.
And now with a 7-game hitting streak.
Didi with 2 ground balls to second, sandwiched around a fly ball to left. Swing and a miss.
Good looking slider here. You see it just keeps barreling in on Gregorius.
Two in a row, 0-2.
Rinse and repeat.
Why change, right? You got another one in you. Gregorius, uber aggressive. When he swings the strikes, it's usually early in the count, but he will chase.
Time call. We're in the 8th. It's 5-3 Mets. Yankees have runners on the corners and 2 outs. And Torreyes goes to second. Ball just bounced in the dirt, and Torreyes took off.
I would say gets down there on the wild pitch. And if you notice that Darno couldn't make a throw, but Didi's within his rights. He's standing right in the batter's box.
So now a base hit could tie the game. Same pitch is bedeviling him, but he did get a piece to foul it off.
So far, all of these have been in a pretty good spot. That might have been the worst of the 3. If you're trying to get a hitter out with the same pitch, the third one has to be better than the previous 2. You hang one of those, he's already seen it, he's going to recognize it and probably get decent wood on it.
A 1-2. Skips rope to get out of the way. 2-2. So he went with the fastball that time. Big crowd holding its breath in a big moment in this game. So what does he go with here? 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Yankees down by 2 here in the 8th.
It's the ability to expand the strike zone, one of the keys. And Gregorius just 12 walks on the year and over 350 at-bats.
Fouled it off again.
Didi kind of hard to walk and hard to strike out. Just 46 strikeouts too as well. So he's got great hand-eye coordination, but you do not have to throw him a strike. And once again, that's not a strike, but Gregorius has good skills to be able to stay alive right there and just get the bat on the ball.
Reed looking in for the sign, taking too much time as Didi steps out. Gardner's at third. Torreyes is at second. Good speed on the bases for the Yanks. And the 2-2. Another foul ball as Gregorius and Reed continue to battle. This will be the 8th pitch of the at-bat. And that one is looped into left field. That is going to Duncan for a base hit. Here comes Torreyes to tie the game. It's a 2-run single and a big at-bat for Didi Gregorius as the Yankees have tied the game at 5.
Well, not particularly well hit, but well placed. And as Michael said, a tremendous at bat, fouling off several pitches after missing the first 2. He wants this one up in the zone, trying to get him to chase a pitch. He didn't get it high enough. Didi kind of fights it off. Inside out, not the best wood. Conforto has to play it on a hop. Torreyes was off with the crack of the bat. No play at home, and the game is tied.
Here's Starlin Castro. He laces one to right field. Coming on is Granderson to make the play. But the Yankees tie the score. 2 runs, 2 hits, 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the 8th, tied at 5. New York Presbyterian, the official hospital of the New York Yankees. Amazing things are happening here. A long at bat, battling Reed against Gregorius. He dunks one in front of Conforto, and the Yankees tie the game on a 2-run single by the Yankees shortstop, who has moved up to number 5 in the order, and he takes advantage, driving in runs number 44 and 45 and tying the game. All right, so Austin Romine takes over behind the plate. And Adam Warren takes over on the mound. De Aza leads off and takes a strike. Hyundai scoreboard 5-5. One and one. De Aza intentionally walked in the 2nd, struck out in the 5th, lined out to short, little humpback line drive in the 6th. Popped up, shallow left, coming on is Gardner. 1 down. This Copperetta telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees. It may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form, and the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees.
See, Adam Warren, since his return to the Yankees, has had 2 solid outings, 2 scoreless outings, one against Houston, 1 against Tampa Bay this last weekend, both 1-inning outings.
Kelly Johnson pinch hitting for Reed. He fouls it off.
you know, everybody's talking about Adam Warren and what went wrong with the Cubs and looking at his overall numbers. Really, he had one really bad outing, Michael. He gave up 7 earned runs in 2 innings. That kind of skewed his whole numbers. And that's what can happen when you don't have a large body of work. But other than that one outing, he was kind of really the same Adam Warren. Mixed up roles with the Cubs. Not sure where he was going to pitch, if he was going to be a reliever or a starter. He was banged around back and forth.
Kelly Johnson fouls one off.
But 7 of the 23 earned runs he's given up this year came in one outing. So, you know, if you're looking for what happened to Adam Warren with the Cubs this year, that's pretty much it. And since he's been back, he looks like the same Adam Warren. 94 miles an hour upwards on his fastball. He said that he's had a little trouble with his slider, but that Larry Rothschild has already paid dividends.
Swing and a miss.
There's your 94.
Looks like the same Adam Warren to me. So Yankees are glad to have him back. Up above the belt.
And he'll face Curtis Granderson. Granderson 0 for 2 with a walk and a single. Pitch up and away. It's 5-5. Bottom of the 8th inning. First game of the 20th edition of the Subway Series. 2-0. There's a strike.
And we're talking about the excitement of the Subway Series over the years, and this is a type of matchup that kind of splits up households sometimes. You know, some of the youngsters root for the Yankees, some for the Mets.
3-1 on Granderson.
Mom might have grown up a Yankee fan. Dad might have grown up a Met fan. Those are the households that usually have more than one television.
Have you seen that right there? Strike 2, 3-2 on Granderson.
Of course, now you can watch games on mobile devices.
High fly ball, right field. And Hicks puts it away for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. We'll go into the 9th. It's all tied at 5. Go World Series Game 1. Todd Zeile hits one that looks to be gone, but it's off the top of the wall. Timo Perez thought it was gone, then picked it up. Justice to Jeter to Posada, and it might have been the turning point of that World Series as Perez does not score. And then the 9th inning of that World Series, Paul O'Neill with a great at bat against the Mets closer, and the Yankees ended up winning that series in 5 games. So we go to the 9th inning. It's 5-5. Jeurys Familia will come in. He had 52 straight saves in the regular season from August 1st of last year to July 26th of this year. Longest streak in team history. Streak was snapped with a blown save against St. Louis on July 27th. Chase Headley will lead off against Familia, and there's a strike. Now, Familia had blown saves in the postseason last year in the World Series as well, but before the chances this week, he was 36 for 36 in save situations. But he got back on track yesterday with a 1-2-3 9th inning to pick up the save against the Rockies and break the Mets' 4-game losing streak. Mets have one reliever left in their bullpen. That's Seth Lugo. Bottom third of the Yankee order. Headley, Romine, and Hicks. Swing and a miss. Headley down on strikes. He's 0 for 4 tonight.
And he came in 8 for his last 18 and with a 3-game hitting streak. But here's that pitch that very effective for left on left. I mean, a right-handed pitcher to a left-handed batter. Good sharp slider down and in. Don't recognize it in time. You start your swing, more or less strike yourself out.
So here's Romine. This will be his first at bat. Right now the Yankee pitcher is batting cleanup. That's Adam Warren. And what's left on the Yankee bench, left-handed hitter Ben Gamel and right-handed hitter Alex Rodriguez. One and one now on Romine. We're in the 9th inning. It's a 5-5 game. 5 runs on 10 hits for the Mets. 5 runs on 6 hits for the Yanks. That's what Joe Girardi has left. One and two.
It is without a doubt the biggest difference between the American League style of play and the National League. You get a lot more scratch marks on the scorecard in the National League game. It's more of a game for the extra players. The guys on the bench get used more. The guys in the bullpen get used more. And managers have to make more decisions in the National League style of play.
That's why when the players become free agents or that type of player, role players, a lot of them will choose to go to a National League team because they know they'll get more opportunities to play as opposed to somebody taking over the DH role in an American League team.
99 just misses. 3-2 on Austin Romine.
If you're on a good team in the National League playing another good team, a lot of times the most important spot is that first pinch hitter off the bench. For the Mets, for years, it was Rusty Staub.
The big right-hander deals the payoff pitch. And he walks Romine. So Austin Romine works a 1-out walk. And that's going to bring up Aaron Hicks. Hicks pinch hit in the 7th and hit a deep fly ball just to the right of dead center, run down by De Aza.
That was your connection to Rusty Stubb, right? That's how they got him here?
Yeah, that's right.
Traded a young Ken Singleton? Big mistake.
Not only me. There were 3-for-1 deal.
Big mistake. Adam Warren, maybe the happiest guy in the ballpark to be back in that Yankee uniform.
Nice pick by Darno on the backhand. Kept Romine at first.
That's what Michael's talking about. The target was away, and to reach the crease, this is much like a first baseman picking a ball out of the dirt. You have to do it again. Now, the thing about the modern catcher's glove, there's a hinge there, so you can play a ball like that backhanded and come up with it. Back in the old days, the gloves that say Yogi Berra used to use, or Roy Campanella with the Dodgers, it was just like a round putt, and there was no break. You had to literally try and knock it down rather than try and catch it.
Dellin Betances up for the Yanks. (2-0). Porter strike in there, 2-1.
That could only mean Brett Gardner standing next to that bat. Yep.
Romine leads off first, held by Loney. Familia sets and deals. That one is driven to right field and deep. Going back is Granderson on the run. He makes the play. Oh, what a play by Granderson, saving an extra base hit. That was ticketed for the corner, ticketed for extra base hits, ticketed for an RBI, and Granderson foiled it.
Well, Granderson, of course, had been a center fielder for years, so he's got the skills, got the speed, and that's a tremendous play. If it gets by him, his momentum will carry him into the wall, and the ball will be behind him, and the runner would score all the way from first base. Right in the pocket of the glove, he holds on as he crashes into the wall. A tremendous running catch. Look at the concentration, follows through, makes the play, and the Yankees are foiled. And once again, Hicks hit the ball hard. And Familia, yeah, every pitcher appreciates the defense behind him.
Covered a lot of ground. Granderson still good wheels.
Here's Brett Gardner. Pitch inside, 1-0. Top of the 9th inning, 5-5. Gardner's walk in the 8th started the rally that tied this game. Runner goes. The throw to second. It goes into center field, but Romine will stay right there. Familia paid no attention to Austin Romine. None.
And this is why Romine picks up his first stolen base of the year. That could be a big 90 feet. Takes a look. See what happened at home plate. The throw was well offline, and he's in there easily.
Caught Darno off guard, too, because a good throw there would have been closer than you think. Romine a good jump, not a great jump.
So now a single could give the Yankees a lead. Outfield shallow and left and center. Oh, bounced up there.
Another slider down 3 feet in front of home plate. And that was what you call a 55-footer.
Romine's second career stolen base. Two 1. 99-mile-an-hour fastball on the black of the outside corner, 2-2.
There's not much you can do with this. Well, right there on the corner.
Velocity and movement.
d'Arnaud wants to talk with Familia. A lot of closers don't feel comfortable coming into a non-save situation. Even tie games sometimes rattle them a bit. Really no excuse, but you do see it a lot. Different level of adrenaline, but trying to keep it tied right here. Hicks is going, really? That didn't fall in? Really?
Been that kind of year for Aaron Hicks.
Two.
Ooh. Saw one 55-footer and then one almost over the head of the catcher, d'Arnaud.
Ellsbury's on deck.
Never fails. A guy throws one in the dirt and that high and then right on the black. You walk back shaking your head.
Romine leads off second. 2 men out. 9th inning. 5-5 game. 3-2 count on Gardner. Nubbed in front of the plate. Grabbed by d'Arnaud. Fires to first. And that'll do it in the top of the 9th inning. Yankees don't score. And this is one of the reasons why, as Granderson, full extension, robs Aaron Hicks of an extra base hit. As Brandon Steiner teams up with Yankee greats Mariano Rivera and Goose Gossage to surprise two worthy organizations. That's tonight after the postgame right here on Yes. All right, we go to the bottom of the 9th inning. Adam Warren still out there. It's going to be Michael Conforto, Neil Walker, and Wilmer Flores. Conforto 1 for 1 with a walk. There's a strike. Did not start this game. Came in after Justin Ruggiano slightly tweaked his hamstring, trying to beat out a 5-4-3 double play ground ball. Line into center field, coming on Ellsbury, and he makes the play.
Conforto didn't get all of it, but enough of it that it carried out to Ellsbury, who was able to slide underneath it. Got jammed a bit, fighting it off. Here comes Ellsbury. Got a good jump, good read on that one, and puts it away for out number 1. Once again, the outfield concentration, following the ball right into the glove, and it stays intact in the leather.
Pitch to Walker's a strike. Walker is 0 for 4 tonight. Two and one. His home run yesterday surpassed his total for all of last year with the Pirates. 16 in 151 games, 17 in 95 games with the Mets this year. 2-1. 3-1. High pop-up, shallow center. Ellsbury getting a workout. He puts it away for the second out. And that'll bring up Wilmer Flores. He had a home run in the second off of Sabathia. Infield single to first in the sixth. So he's 2 for 4. Scored 2 runs tonight.
Doesn't get many opportunities in the 4th spot on a team that has Yoenis Cespedes. This is the 6th time that Flores has batted in the cleanup spot this year.
Two and 0. Second inning of work for Warren. Sabathia started, Blyer, Goody, Clippard, and Adam Warren. Foul back, 2-1.
When you looked ahead to the schedule this year and you saw that the Mets and Yankees would be playing here in October, or in August rather, nobody would have thought that runs would have been so hard for both of these teams to score.
Just missed.
Yeah, the Mets signed Cespedes again in the offseason after his great finish for them. The Mets in the World Series last year. The Yankees, a great offensive season last year in terms of overall numbers. Up at or near the top in a lot of categories, and this year a complete reversal. And the Mets as well.
Just missed outside. Very careful with Flores. And that's going to bring up Travis d'Arnaud.
3 pitches that just missed the outside corner. It's either going to be the corner or nothing at all. And with 2 outs, he's on.
Betances continues to throw.
You saw Adam Romine steal for the Yankees. The Mets, the most stolen bases any one of their players has is 5. They don't run very often.
d'Arnaud 2 for 4 with 2 singles tonight. Missed outside. 1-0. Bottom of the 9th inning. Game tied at 5. Missed the outside corner. Keeps missing outside. Count 2-0. There's a strike. Dial it up to 94. 2-1. Warren Stuff has always played faster out of the bullpen than it did as a starter. And there's the final pitcher for the Mets and their bullpen, Seth Lugo. That one right in on the hands. And that is it. d'Arnaud is saying that's a foul ball. The home plate umpire checks with the third base umpire. Walcott said it was. So they'll do it again. And Joe Girardi saying, I don't think so. But he was told, no, it was a foul ball.
Here's another look.
Yep, off his right leg.
And that ball was about as far in as you could get without it hitting him. And still, I don't know how he got bat on it.
2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Runner at first, 5-5 game, bottom of the 9th. Foul back. Romine wants to talk with Warren. Didn't like that pitch. Is up. Loney's on deck.
Yeah, it's a slider that spins and stays high. Got it away just enough, but a good swing from d'Arnaud. So not what they had in mind.
Grounded foul. Headley deep and close to the line at third. As d'Arnaud fouls back that fastball, so he is battling Warren.
You can tell by his swings, he likes the pitches upstairs. 2 of his best swings tonight.
And the 2-2. Foul back.
You can imagine that Travis d'Arnaud with a little extra motivation, knowing that your organization tried to trade you. They tried to upgrade with Lucroy from Milwaukee, as it was well documented. And
went right down to the wire before Lucroy ended up in Texas.
So certainly that serves as motivation.
2-2. Swing and a miss, got him.
Bonus Cantos, free baseball. We go to the 10th inning, tied at 5 as d'Arnaud goes down swinging.
Five as we go to extra innings. CC Sabathia started for the Yankees against Logan Verrett. You see CC went 5 2/3, 8 hits, 5 runs. He was off the hook as this game goes to extra innings. 3 walks, 5 strikeouts. Matt Reynolds, a big blow for the Mets, a 3-run home run, and Didi Gregorius, a 2-out, 2-run single that tied the ball game. And that's where we stand right now as we go to the 10th inning. And the Mets have gone to a new pitcher. Their last man out of the bullpen, Seth Lugo, will come on and face the Jacoby Ellsbury, who will lead it off for the Yankees. And he'll be followed by Teixeira. And then the pitcher's spot as we move to the 10th.
So 5-5 as Lugo takes over, and he will face Ellsbury, Teixeira, and as Kenny mentioned, the pitcher spot. Pitch outside from Lugo. Rene Rivera is the new catcher. Lugo's in for a long time. He is the final pitcher out of the bullpen for the Mets. Everybody has a line through him. 3-0. And Terry Collins knew that, and there was some sense of urgency for the Mets to get it done in the 9th inning. And Lugo starts off by walking Jacoby Ellsbury.
Yeah, nothing close there.
Well, Yankees were in Houston and played a team that had 8 relievers. And the Mets carried just 6. Here's Teixeira, and A-Rod comes out on deck. And there's the strike.
Now, with a new catcher in the game, and Ellsbury at first, a stolen base threat. But I think one thing we learned when Rene Rivera was with the Tampa Bay Rays is good defensive catcher with a very strong throwing arm.
Now, the Mets would usually have another reliever. It was Antonio Bastardo, but they made the trade with Pittsburgh. Jonathan Neese will be here tomorrow, so they did not call up anybody just for this one game.
And that might cost them, having that one less reliever. One fewer reliever. 2-2.
Well, Lugo is somewhat stretched out, predominantly a starter in the minor leagues. So as you said, Michael, it's his game right now, but he can go multiple innings. The 34th round draft choice was Seth Lugo in 2011. The 1,032nd pick of the draft. So here he is. Long time in the minor leagues. Finally gets a shot.
There's a base hit for Teixeira. Goes the other way, and that advances Ellsbury to second. So they're going to call back A-Rod now because they'll send up Gamble to pinch hit and then bunt.
Well, we've seen this more often from Teixeira on this road trip than I think we've seen all season long. Him hitting the ball to the opposite field for hits. He had several in Houston that went to the left side of second base. And of course, when he's up there, just about everybody, even the fans shift. This looked like it was a ball. Off the plate, he goes with it, picks up an easy single, only one man home on the left side.
Well, you and I talked about picking your spots, right?
Yeah.
What better time than on a pitch off the plate in extra innings to put your team in a position to score a run.
Well, Gamble had a good season in AAA, 304 home runs and 39 ribbies, but he's up here to bunt right now. That's why they call back A-Rod.
And the Mets infield setting things up defensively, along with Lugo.
Already squared to bunt. Bunts it back to the pitcher. Throw to third. Not in time. Everybody is safe. Bases loaded.
So Gamble will get a sacrifice and reach on the fielder's choice. I'll tell you one thing. I don't know if he was told to throw to third, but one thing you got to know who's running. And Ellsbury has very good speed. Once this ball gets down, he is lighting out for third base. Lugo spins. There's some daylight there. But Ellsbury is definitely safe. And the Yankees are in business here in the top of the 10th inning.
Ellsbury just outran it. Ellsbury really accelerating at the end here and sees what's happening. And a quick, hard, direct slide was the difference.
Now Dan Warthen, the pitching coach, will come out and talk with Lugo. And now that'll bring up Didi Gregorius with the bases loaded. Didi got the big hit after a long battle against Addison Reed and blooped a single in the left field to tie the game at 5. That's why we're in extra innings right now, because of Didi's hit right there. So he has a chance to give the Yankees the lead in the 10th and turn it over to Dellin Betances. Mets bring the infield in. Lugo has to throw strikes. Now the Mets can't make those quick decisions. We trade Bastardo, and maybe we could call up another. Their affiliates in Las Vegas. The Yankees can get Gamble up here in a hurry because their affiliates in Scranton Wilkes-Barre, which is about a 2-hour drive.
That's a big deal, Michael, and it's a great point. Most organizations are trying to line themselves up in a much closer geographical location, obviously.
Trying to get their AAA affiliates in particular closer to their home base.
And for the Yankees, it's important because they almost use that as a taxi squad. They call people up and down a lot. 1-1. 2-1 on Gregorius. It's a 5-5 game, and the Yankees threatening here in the 10th Bases loaded, nobody out.
One thing if you're Gregorius, stay calm. The pitcher is the one in trouble. Make him throw strikes first and foremost. Do not help him out.
Two and two. Two balls, two strikes, nobody out. Infield in, bases loaded. Lugo deals. Swing and a miss. Big strikeout. He dialed it up to 95 to get Gregorius for the first out.
Looked like Didi might have helped him out and chased the pitch out of the strike zone. Like this ball might have been up and away. That's not a strike.
And as we mentioned earlier, not easy to strike out Gregorius, but he strikes out there. So now the Mets get back up and play for the double play to get out of the inning. And here's Starlin Castro. Castro 0 for 3 with a walk and a stolen base. Lugo deals inside 1-0. Fly ball, right center, deep. Granderson makes the catch. Tagging and scoring is Ellsbury. It's a sac fly for Castro, and the Yankees lead 6-5.
That's the swing that will serve Castro well, especially playing again in Yankee Stadium. This ball's a home run in Yankee Stadium, but when Castro's going right, Kenny, as you know, we talked about it. And last year with the Cubs at the end, when he started really getting hot, it was these types of swings. Driving the ball the other way, not trying to get too pull happy. And this ball is driven.
Had a little too much air time for Granderson to get underneath it, but certainly got the job done.
Here's Headley. Yankees have scored 6 runs. Go to papajohns.com tomorrow to receive 50% off the regular menu price of all pizzas online with promo code Yankee6.
So the leadoff walk comes in to score.
Count 2-0. So a Yankee team that has been somewhat shaken to its core with the trades and getting swept against the Rays. A reason to smile with a 6-5 lead here in the 10th. Three and one. Romine's on deck. Line drive into right center. On the run is Granderson, covering a lot of ground, playing a good right field tonight, and he hauls it in. But the Yankees take the lead. 1 run on just 1 hit. 2 men left. Betances will come on to try to close it. complete highlights and analysis from that group right here at Citi Field. Stay tuned for the WB Mason postgame, plus get reaction from the clubhouse and the manager's report. It's all coming up after the final out right here on Yes. So the guys are back in the studio. We're here at Citi Field alongside David Cone and Ken Singleton. I'm Michael Kay, and that's Dellin Betances on the mound. He is now the Yankee closer, and he was very emotional with the trading of Andrew Miller. They were very, very close, and Miller, in an interview with Meredith Maragovitz after he got traded, said, this guy's going to be great. He's already one of the best closers in baseball with his stuff. So now the Yankees will turn over a big job to Dellin Betances.
Yeah, he's looking for his first save of the season. Of course, Chapman and Miller and filled those columns very well while they were here with the Yankees, and now they turn it over to Betances.
And here's James Loney. Loney 1 for 4. Mets are down 6-5. Bottom of the 10th. Pitch inside. Now Betances is 10 for 21 in career save opportunities, but that's a little bit skewed because blown saves are inflated for setup men. You get no credit for a save, but you're given a blown save even in the middle inning. So in save situations in the 8th or 9th inning for Betances, 10 for 12, 1.84 ERA, and he struck out 22 of 58 batters, so he pretty much is Dellin Betances. But he's down 2-0 in the count to Loney. Driven out to right center field. Giving chase is Ellsbury. He's not going to get there. Cuts the ball off in the gap. He'll fire it in, and Loney starts off the 10th with a double.
It always seems that Loney finds a way against the New York Yankees, whether he's playing with the Tampa Bay Rays or now with the New York Mets. He's 2 for 5 tonight. And this is going to split the gap in right center field. Ellsbury on the move. Actually going to make good play, cutting it off. But Loney in with a head first dive at second base.
So now that'll bring up Matt Reynolds. Matt Reynolds kind of jolted the Yankees with a big 3-run home run off CC Sabathia in the 6th inning. And here he is in the bottom of the 10th. Yankees are in at the corners, expecting a bunt. Right back to Betances. And he had a play at third base. He didn't make it, though.
Yes, he did.
So the runner moves to third. Sacrifice 1-4.
Well, these aren't the easiest throws for Betances. We've seen him struggle on these in-between throws, and it's a tag play at third, but he does have plenty of time. You could see even this throw to first.
Wow.
Is more of a pie tossing contest. So very, very difficult for Betances to make quick snap throws like an infielder.
Yeah, well, then in this regard, maybe it's a good thing he did throw the first, because if he misses third, the Mets would have tied the game.
All right, so the Yankees bring the infield in. Here's Alejandro De Aza. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not, said Walcott. 1-0. Here's an amazing stat. Loney has the highest batting average against the Yankees since World War II. A left-handed batter with a minimum of 250 plate appearances. Loney hitting .341. Ted Williams hit .337. Rod Carew .331. Figure this game out. The 2-0. Missed inside. 3-0 on De Aza.
See, the thing about Ted Williams and Rod Carew, they hit against everybody, not just the Yankees.
Rene Rivera is on deck. So a 3-0 count on De Aza.
It's been a tight strike zone back there.
There's
all night long. Especially on the corners. He's been more prone to call the high strike on the plate, but anything on the corners has been a squeeze for all the pitchers tonight.
Loney inches off third, trying to distract Betances. The 3-1. And that plugs De Aza. So he will take first. So that puts the winning run on base. With the tying run at third. So that's going to bring up Rivera. And Joe Girardi is going to go and talk with Dellin Betances. I guess go over possibility of a stolen base.
Which is a possibility because Betances doesn't hold runners very well. And let the rest of the infielders know what's going to happen in case De Aza takes off for second.
So with Chapman and Miller gone, this is now Betances' job. And around baseball, they will tell you it's a different inning, the 9th, than the 7th or the 8th. So Betances has worked himself into even more of a jam than just a 1-run lead he's trying to protect. Yankees back up and they'll play for the double play. First and third, 1 man out. And the breaking ball is a strike to Rene Rivera. Loney at third. De Aza is at first. And he goes. That one is grounded back to Betances. He takes the out at first, but the runner moves to second. And now the Yankees are 1 out away.
First of all, when the ball was hit back to him, he did a very good job of holding the runner at third. He stared him down. With the runner going, that could have been a double play. If he didn't go, that could have been a double play to end the game. Now watch as he gets the grounder. Check the runner. Make sure he stays. Now go to first for the out. And as Dave, what'd you call it? A pie throwing contest?
Yeah, pie tossing contest at the State Fair. And that's Dellin just doesn't have the ability to make snap throws like an infielder. He has to take it very carefully.
Here is Granderson, and the first pitch is a strike. So the tying run's at third. The winning run is at second. 2 men out, bottom of the 10th inning. Yankees lead 6-5 as Betances trying to hold on. And the 0-1. Swing and a miss 0-2.
One of his better breaking pitches of the inning.
And the 0-2. Swung on and missed. Ball gets away from Romine. He gets an angle. And the Yankees win 6-5. A nail biter. But somehow Betances escapes. And the Yankees win the first game of the 20th edition of the Subway Series by a score of 6-5 in 10 innings. This is a real pick-me-up for this Yankee team who saw some of their best players, actually their best offensive player, their 2 closers traded away. Longtime teammate Ivan Nova, and bounced back with a come-from-behind win, David.
Yes, and back above 500, stopped the bleeding. It was a tough couple of days for this Yankee bunch in here. They were completely demoralized with the dismantling of their roster, but most of them were accountable and said, we just didn't play well enough to hold this team together. But nonetheless, Kenny, pretty big win.
Well, big win, and Betances gets to save his first this year as he takes over for Chapman and Miller in a closing role, and he gets the job done. A little bit, a little bit of turbulence there, but he landed the plane, and the Yankees take the lead, won the game.
They won the game, and he picks up the save, and Meredith Marakovits has the interview with Dellin.
Thanks, Michael Dellin. First save of the season when Loney leads off there with a double. How does that change your thought process on the mound?
For me, I just got to make pitches. It's not the first time I've gotten into trouble. I got to trust my stuff, trust what Roman's calling, and make pitches. I
know you've done it in the past, but you've been anointed the Yankees' new closer. Is there extra adrenaline when you run out there in the ninth?
Today it wasn't that bad. I mean, I like pitching here. Mets, Yankees is always fun. I feel like I had it under control, even though it was a little scary for everybody else.
What do you like about the idea of being that guy, of being the Yankees closer?
The good thing is we won the game, obviously, and you get to shake hands. right away. Instead of waiting and inside the clubhouse, you get to shake hands, and that's a pretty good feeling.
Do you feel any extra pressure? You're following some great guys from Andrew Miller, Aroldis Chapman, Mariano Rivera, to have as much success as they had?
I mean, the good thing is that I got to watch all those guys. I mean, you know, I've been blessed to be here. You know, it's like a dream come true for me. Obviously, I learned a lot.